what? I'm gonna get mine. Go through the crime if you can't do the time. Don't tell me how you're off and down. When you're smiling in my face, but you play me like a clown. It's your fool, bitch. So just step back. I'm a mad dad when I come down straight. I thought you were my piece, but you play me out. Now I'm mad as hell, and I'm full of doubt. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Lefty, let's roll. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Lefty, let's roll.
Right out the gate.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to 710 Cannabis Patient Awareness Day here in Trenton. Woohoo! Yes, sir. I'm working out some technical difficulties, so Jim, can you please just talk about New Jersey and why we're here in New Jersey still protesting after 10 years? What's going on here in New Jersey?
Wow, what's going on here in New Jersey? Well, not a lot's going on here in New Jersey, and therein lies the problem. Our state became the 14th state to pass what was called medical marijuana law then. And we became the first state to pass a medical cannabis law that did not include home grow. The other 13 before us all went one way, and we decided to take the Donner Pass instead, like a shortcut, you know. And patients were told by the man who was their medical marijuana savior, Senator Nick Scutari. Scutari, okay, whatever. It does rhyme better for, you know, making nasty songs up. But he was the one in the Senate that took care of the Senate side of our Compassionate Use Medical Marijuana Act. And it included provisions to grow 6 plants per patient. Senator Nick Scutari ushered it through the Senate in the Senate Judiciary Committee, I think it was. But anyway, it got out of committee easily, and it passed on the full floor of the Senate 22-16, and then it went to the Assembly. So Nick Scutari was so happy about getting it passed that easily, including the 6 plants But at that time, there was a MS patient named John Wilson who got caught growing 17 plants. The reason he grew 17 is he threw some seeds down and it grew his medicine, and he couldn't bear to pull any of the plants out. It wasn't the best of grows. But what happened with John is he went to trial, and about 50 of us stood up for him at trial the best we could, because the judge definitely didn't allow John Wilson to mention that he was sick. The judge didn't allow John Wilson to say that cannabis helped his condition. All the jury was allowed to know is that he was growing 17 plants. So Nick Scutari asked the governor, Governor John Corzine, to hold on a second. I'm trying to. We're doing a live.
We're doing a live podcast.
So I'm trying to explain something to people, and
I'm sorry.
You know.
Okay. Yeah. Come back.
Well, no.
We'll do a take two.
Yeah, we'll take two. But yeah, what did you just say to me?
How come we can't grow marijuana in the Garden State?
But
in Massachusetts, where the governor's from, you can grow legal marijuana there. You know why? Because the weed they sell in this state is fake marijuana. It's synthesized hemp, and they don't want you growing real marijuana in your backyard. It's
identifying the problems. That's the easy part. What do you do about it? What do you do about it?
Just grow it. Just grow it.
Well, okay, for sick people that can't afford to get in trouble. We're talking about patients actually here. This is about National Cannabis Patients Awareness Day. So, screw adults. They can fend for themselves. I know I can. I'll bet you can. I know Lefty can. But we happen to be patients too, and you don't want to be a member of the club for the reasons we're in it. So the point is if we keep it about patients, there is no real good reason, and like what I was just explaining is we were the first state to not allow out of 13, first 13 that had home grow out of 50 states, and we went 14th, and it got taken out. But I got to explain this to people now, because we're doing New Jersey at 10, and then we're doing Pennsylvania.
He was answering your question in New Jersey. We're going to have every state, almost every state, coming on to this podcast today. About 20 states. Oh, yeah. So Jim was just talking about New Jersey and why we don't have homegrown New Jersey. So he was actually answering your question while you were answering. So check it.
Isn't that ironic?
Isn't that funny? Because you were saying it's fake weed, and I prefer black market weed myself.
Okay.
It's gas station weed. That's what I refer to as legal dispensary weed. It's just gas station weed. Delta 8 and Delta 10 isn't real weed. Delta 9 THC is real weed.
That's the problem. What do we do? See, we've already identified all of them. You have, everybody has.
They're trying to
no unknown problem.
When they're going to be allowed to grow it, they're going to try and eradicate real marijuana, and they're going to sell you the fake marijuana.
If all we do is talk about it, it's never going to happen.
I agree.
Trying to so what are you going to do about it?
They want to sell you their hemp seeds.
Well, don't buy it.
Yeah, I know, but
well,
store your seeds from real weed.
It doesn't change. Meanwhile, right now, within probably 100 meters of here, there's somebody crying out in pain that they can't control, and they can't be heard. We're trying to be their voice, not people that like it. I've been getting high since 1970, so do the math. Obviously, I can take care of myself, and sometimes I can't, but it's me. It's the people that need help. I mean, they can't. I was married to a woman who could only move her head and her shoulders the last 10 years of her life, and a little bit of her hand.
People are going to have to canvass the state with flyers and signature things, sign this to legalize weed.
Now, we've been doing that. Hasn't worked.
That didn't work.
None of that's working. It has to be more proactive. Think, if you were a legislator, what would you not want to happen? You know what I wouldn't want to happen? Have one lone person out in front of my house with a sign saying, here lives, let's just say Congressman Pallone, for example, because I did that, only it was attached to a wheelchair. And I got to picket his house, not looking at the house. Police said, wow, you got that right. So why am I the only one going out and doing those simple things? I'm tired. I'm 72. You hear tireless advocates? That's him. That's not me.
I'm not tired.
People need to go to the dispensaries and protest. Yeah. And open those people's eyes who go there and waste their money on fake.
Healthy people need to protest on behalf of sick people. Sick people can't get there. So it's up to you.
Yeah.
It's up to me. It's up to him. Well, everybody else. If you know that's what needs to be done, why aren't you doing it?
The best protest is not giving them money. And I don't give money to the
No. That's the easiest protest. That's the easiest.
It still hurt them in their pocket.
No, it doesn't. You think your sale's going to hurt them?
Price garbage.
Come on, I'm trying to get you stirred up here. Get stirred up.
They're making $1 billion.
I stirred up.
I appreciate that
you don't want to get me stirred up. I'm kind of like militant.
I'm not going to bob. Well, if you're militant, you would be out doing what I'm about to. I went to Congressman Frank Pallone's house and got that. He couldn't go to church on Sunday morning because I was there from 9 to 10. And his wife is the one that runs his family, and she must be giving him holy shit because it could. And then he did exactly what I asked him to do a year later. That worked all by my lonesome. So it takes one man. It don't take a freaking village. It takes one man from a village to go out and do it, and the others come to his aid. Somebody has to set the bar. And by the way,
nobody wants to. Everybody's too scared.
I don't know about everybody.
Not everybody. But there's a few of us left.
They label us as crazy. They label us as crazy.
Yeah,
of course.
Damn right we're crazy. That's why you should be afraid.
And I hate being a public figure and speaking like this.
Yeah, I know. Well, there you are. You can always be.
Thanks, brother. What's that? Yeah, we're on YouTube right now and Facebook, Instagram. Grab a brochure and some fruit. There's some hemp bracelets over there.
They're free.
Yeah, they're all free. I'm Ian, by the way. Ian, I'm Lefty. Nice to meet you, brother.
Jim.
Watch your head. Yep, there you go.
Hey, you got him in
I
time,
got him.
man.
I got him.
They're like a ninja when you.
A ninja.
Boom, man.
Hey. Hoo-cha. Hi-ya. All right.
So see, that is exactly what's going on in New Jersey. People want to know what's going on in New Jersey, actually.
Thank you, brother.
And it's hard to know what to tell them. So that was a pretty good example.
Perfect.
The reason we're here is because not enough people are involved that know that they should be. So like we keep hoping, usually against hope, that the bandwagon would come up for patients on patient home grow. Everybody thought the bandwagon was here when it got legal and everybody had all that, but it's people stop sticking up for patients and their home grow. And to the people that say, well, look, we should all have home grow, I agree. But if you're going to say that patients shouldn't have it first if they can get it first because legislators aren't going to pass it for adults at the same time, then I kind of got a problem with that because, you get patients off the battlefield first. And what happens is that becomes the example of, look, patients are growing it. The sky isn't falling like you thought it would, And legislators from states where things are working out better need to get in touch with their counterparts in other states. That's only going to happen when we shame them into doing that. I'll give you an example. Our Senator Singleton, who wrote the standalone patient home grow bill, just for patients, he posted it a little under 3.5 years ago, and Senate President Scuteri has not allowed it to be posted for a committee hearing, thereby denying all senators the information that they would glean from a committee hearing, where people from both sides of an issue come and present their cases, and legislators on the committee who are present get to ask questions in real time of presenters. It's where you gain a common knowledge of a common subject. But right now, what Scuteri, our Senate President, is saying is that there's no will in the legislature to pass the bill. But the question isn't, is there a will? Where would the will have come from? Echo Chamber, Fox News, MSNBC? Where do people get the information, how they feel about a bill they've never read? All they hear is home grow for patients. Are you for it or against it? But everybody should be for the information, both for and against it. If you're against it, have the courage of your convictions. State your reasons. Come to a committee hearing. You can probably even, you don't even have to come. You can make it known, but you get to take part both ways. They make it seem like having a hearing works in somebody's favor, only if it's a good bill, and if it's not, there it is. So how do you have a 3.5-year fight for information? How is it that when you, Lefty, ran into Scuteri, yeah, listen, it rolls off my tongue. And I want his name off my tongue as quick as possible, so I'm going to go Scuteri. Yeah, so look, you You ran into him at the Meadowlands at a Springsteen concert because you and Bongholio Mike had tickets to what was it, like one of those big
Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, but where were you? What was your surrounding?
VIP box with
VIP box
with food and drinks.
How many people would there be in one of them VIP boxes?
25.
Yeah. How many? And then there's more than one. There's a hallway that runs by them.
There's a hallway, and there's a bunch of luxury boxes up there, including Chris Christie's personal luxury box.
So when you were there after the concert, everybody's eating shrimp and having a drink, whatever they're doing, you know. You look out the door and you see Nick Scutari, and you follow him, and he goes, "Where?"
He goes into Governor Christie's private suite.
And you just walk in like it belonged there.
We followed him right in there. We followed him in like we owned the place. And we did. Yeah. We did. We were in
So finally, now after asking him the same question for years now, you finally had a chance to ask him, what about home grow for patients? And it wasn't like, why are you blocking it, you bastard?
I didn't say nothing. He said to me, we'll have home grow soon. Home grow's coming soon.
He knew.
He knew the question was coming. He had the answer ready. Home grow's coming soon.
So he knew because of that, but he never bothered getting in touch with you. Like, you're not hard to get in touch with, dude.
I'm right here.
Yeah, it's sort of like you had to track him down, being a luxury boss after a Springsteen concert in the Meadowlands to get to talk to him. Is that how New Jersey works? You're damn right. That's how New Jersey
how it works.
Don't everybody.
You want to get a deal done? Go to a Springsteen concert or Bon Jovi concert. You'll get stuff done.
But then he said, "Yeah, we're going to do." If I recall correctly, he said, "Yeah, actually, we've been talking about that."
Yeah, we've been talking about
he
that.
Said, we've been talking.
We've been talking
obviously
about that.
not you and him. He didn't mean you and me because I've been avoiding you, but we've been talking about it without saying who we.
Who is this we?
Did he mention what he was talking about was a very, very, very strict?
It's a very strict program for only the sickest. Only the sickest patients can grow their own cannabis in New Jersey.
Yeah. Can you imagine what a cluster shock that would be? Trying to say, well, what? So basically, stage 1 cancer patients don't get it. Stage 2? Nope.
No.
Okay. Once you get to stage 3, and you're way closer to dying.
No.
Then we let you have.
No, stage 4 only. Only stage 4 cancer patients.
So basically, they don't give it to you when it could help you. Not Scutari's proposing something like that. The thing is, what we need to do in New Jersey, and we'll see what other states think they need to do, and we'll venture to say what we think they should do during the course of the day. But it just seems like whatever we're doing isn't working, and we need to do things differently.
It worked
or add something to the mix.
It worked for some things over the years.
Yeah, it does.
But not for home grow. For whatever reason, they're making...
Well, and not for a home grow hearing.
Hearing.
It's just for
a hearing.
An informational hearing.
It's bizarre.
It's censorship of information that would be gleaned from a credible hearing, which is the only type that Senator Joe Vitelli would have. He's been asking to post the bill for 3.5 years, almost 3.5 years. Scutari has not allowed him to do it. If he posts it, Scutari can take it right down. And which is, I guess, what happens. And he has asked recently, and it is not up. Senator Singleton has asked for it to be posted because, according to the way it works in New Jersey, it has to be the primary sponsor who actually asks for it to be posted. Then the head of the committee may or may not post it as he deems fit, or if he's getting bullied by the Senate president. So anyway, people, Republicans, I got to tell you, when they see an opening, they're smart. What happened is we have 25 Republican Democratic senators in New Jersey and 15 Republicans. So they're outnumbered, and they're also the party of no when it comes to everything cannabis. They always have been in New Jersey, but not now. See, they're thinking, oh, look, Scutari isn't going to let it get posted.
Scutari.
Why don't we start co-sponsoring it? So 1/3 of all Republican senators, 5, co-sponsored the bill for the last 2-year session. Only 3 out of 25 Democrats did. That means Republicans had 33% co-sponsorship. Democrats had 8% co-sponsorship. So does that mean in New Jersey Republicans want home grow for patients more than Democrats? It would appear that way statistically. But the background check says, no, it's actually they're under the gun. You like your committee assignments you got, or you want one that's becoming vacant for some reason? It's going to be the Senate president who makes that decision. And even if he isn't the one that officially makes a decision, it's everybody's going to defer to him. We know how that goes in the national stage. It's happening here in New Jersey. One man Nick Scutari doesn't need to even say
Honk for home grow.
Anything about it. So there's another problem that the reason it's not law, even though he got it passed on the full Senate floor, the Senate version, when he asked Governor Corzine to pardon John Wilson, who had been tried, I believe, and found guilty right about then. Well, I don't believe. I went to the court case. John wasn't allowed to say he had MS, wasn't allowed to say he was sick. We went outside and had signs that the jury pool could read saying, like, shh, it's a secret. John has MS and it's medicine. It was a grand day. 49 people showed up. That was really something in 2008. But what happened is then Nick Scutari started getting on the head of the health committee in the assembly, because now it's up to the assembly. And that bill was sitting in Assemblyman Herb Conaway's health committee. So what happened? What happened was, he was saying, "Come on, you got to have this right away. Guys in prison, and we're going to have legalized home grow soon anyway. So get that bill out of committee, and let's get it voted on, and then we can help John Wilson and others like him." And then, much to everybody's surprise, Herb Conaway on the morning of the hearing said there have been some changes made to the bill. I'm going to read those changes to you now. There's going to be no discussion other than from the primary sponsors of the bills involved. Have a chance to make a statement each. And then this is the bill we're going to pass today. And right away, he announced that he's omitting the home grow provisions. The home grow provisions of 6 plants were canned, no longer in it. Nick Scutari said after that, you're gonna blow something out of my head like that. It was funny like the first 6 times, but now it's like an echo. I'm trying. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. You get me high, and then you do this shit. What a dweeb. Anyway, yeah, it's and. Nick Scutari.
We don't have Dick Cody to kick around anymore, so I mean, come on, we gotta.
Yeah, we can kick him around.
Dick?
He's about to. He's been real bad about this. But back then, what he said is, listen, we need to get patients off the battlefield as soon as possible. This is not going to pass this session. Leaving home grow in, that's sure. So we got to get patients off the battlefield. We can revisit having home grow provisions in the future once the program's up and 12 years for a bill to even be written, to find out that Nick Scutari did not want that bill to be heard, because he was backing up Senate President Sweeney on that. Then Sweeney got voted out, and we got a new Senate president, Nicky Boy. Go ahead, do something with that. Nicky Boy. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. And then he did his about face, circled around behind, stabbed him in the back. Thing is, Herb Conaway never why they were taken out. See, he don't have the juice. He would possibly George Norcross which is that the Norcross that's in trouble and indicted for the way he is not a politician, but he moves politicians like nobody else in New Jersey. So anyway, I maintain that still Assemblyman Conaway does not have the right to keep that information from patients. It's wrong. And basically, though, if you really go to war with somebody who has a say whether a bill gets passed or not, you try not to do that. But then when it was in his committee 3.5 years ago, it got back to his committee. He removed provisions in 2009, and then 12 years we had a home rule bill written, and it went back to his health committee. Now, he never said why he took it out, on whose request. But Nick Scutari knows. So does Reed Gusior, current mayor. They both know why it was taken out. So patients are helpless. They can't get out, and adults who can get out are dropping the ball by and large. Not us, trying not to.
We got to do this one.
Which one?
This one. This one.
That's you.
We got to do this.
You got to do it.
Well, I told him 10:30. Let's see if he's there. He has some stuff to do today, so.
Yeah. Well, you want to explain?
Last night was funny though.
Yeah. But did you call?
Yeah.
Not yet. Did you call?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello, is this Rowan? I just called you, Rowan.
This is what I'm talking.
Really?
Hello?
Hello.
You asked for it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're doing a shout out today to Nikola Tesla. Anyway, you may remember him, Lefty. A couple years ago, we were going to go to Galway, and they did a dedication.
I know about Nikola Tesla, but today we're talking about something way more important, and that is the sick and dying people in Pennsylvania. And you have a situation going on in Pennsylvania that we want to know about, because they're treating you as a disabled person very poorly. You lost your leg. They actually amputated your leg, and you had a stroke. You have a lot of issues, and you were actually. Tell me what happened to you. Just talk about what happened to you in the Pennsylvania facility.
Well, I'm in a facility in Pennsylvania. The echoing is killing me, but that's how you get set up, because it interferes with my thought process. I figured I'd share that for her. So, what's going on in Pennsylvania? I am getting kicked out of a facility because somebody snitched on me because I had given someone a medical. And it came down to where I didn't have anything when the police came in to search. They tore the place, they tore my little room apart. I'm only in a 12 by 8 room. All my worldly possessions are in this room. And they try to keep you in the state of Pennsylvania. They want you destitute. So it creates a major problem. So they think by kicking me out on the 24th, because they want to collect rent money at the end of the month. But in my situation, I get the Social Security check on the first week of a Wednesday, which happens to fall on the 24th of July this month. They just took the rent yesterday, and I will not get the pension money until the end of the month. And because I'll be going to another facility, I don't know where, but wherever I go, it's got to be better than this place because they are getting government funding. So because of cannabis being illegal in the state of Pennsylvania, they don't want to lose that funding. That creates a major problem for the patients. So now, because it was a Cheetos, they got Cheetos in the vending machine. They called the vending machine company to take them all out of the machines. It's incredible. But the living situation here, or in any nursing home, to be quite frank and honest with you, it sucks. You do not get the service that you need. They don't help you like they claim they do. Oh, and this facility is called Langhorne Gardens Rehabilitation Center. And it's kind of like a joke. I have a new patient in my room. They prefer to call the patients here residents so they can downplay the word patient. Man, I think that's pretty slimy, but it is what it is. I could not get the therapy that I needed to help my arm. So I had to reach out to my therapist to send me a toy that I could put in my room and do what I have to do with the arms to get the rotator cuff to come back. Well, the rotator cuff has been down since July 23rd, 1972. Well, when I broke my neck, we are looking at a full recovery 52 years later, July 23rd of 2024 will be my anniversary date. And what's amazing about the whole thing, they're kicking me out the next day. So I look at that as God telling me it's time you move on, boy. I'm like, okay. I mean, I've been here since through the pandemic from November 16th.
William, were you able to take edibles in there?
Pardon me?
Were you allowed to take edibles in there?
No.
Were you?
Did you?
You gotta see.
Did you?
Pardon me?
Did you take edibles in there?
Yeah.
Did they help you?
I even taped in here.
Did they help you? Did the edibles help you?
Yes, sir. Without a shadow of a doubt. Because a lot of the edibles were sativa, which coincides with the patent that the United States government is holding. Because, again, it doesn't have any medical properties. Well, why would the government have that patent knowing that it has neurological medical properties that are positive? So that's why they took the patent.
William,
Back in October the 7th, 2003.
do you have a medical cannabis card in Pennsylvania?
No, I do not, because they would not recognize it here.
So if you had a card, you might be okay. But William, they didn't catch you with anything. Did they catch you with any cannabis?
No.
Then how can they kick you out?
That's the question.
How do they kick?
The point was, they turned around and gave me my eviction notice to let me know that I could appeal. So I thought, well, I don't like it here anyway. I'm not getting what I need here. Why in God's name would I want to appeal to stay here? Only to leave.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping a new address, new room, new attitude, new people to take care of me. And the reason I'm leaning towards Silver Lake is because there are a lot of veterans in there. So I'm thinking the veterans that are in there most likely have prosthetics. So I will fit right in because they knew all along that I needed the arm to push off the arm of the chair to get up on my feet to walk. And that created another problem because with the walker, you got to be able to move it, and then you got to be able to put the support of your body and the weight on your hand to get it onto the handle of the walker to be able to walk, to stabilize. So, it's that and a bunch of other nonsense that goes on. But what's amazing about the whole thing is I get this awareness. I'm laying in bed watching TV. Commercial comes on. You come in, for a free writer's guide. So I said, yeah, why not? So I called for the writer's guide. I'm explaining to the woman on the phone who sent me the guide by email. I have yet to see it. Although I had asked her, are you a self-publishing? She goes,
William,
no, we are not.
William, listen, we got to go because we have another patient calling in from another state. But I want to thank you for calling in and talking about Pennsylvania and what you're going through over there. It's a bunch of crap, and I hope
Good luck with what you're doing today.
Yeah, I hope they figure it out with you, man. God bless you, brother.
Thank you.
All right, man. You have a great day, brother. William Haney from Pennsylvania. That's what Pennsylvania patients are going through. He's suffering. They're kicking him out for talking about cannabis. They didn't catch him with cannabis.
We got reported.
He got reported by some.
Well, it doesn't matter who got a report. They didn't find anything. So,
how miserable must you be to report someone in a wheelchair for talking about cannabis?
Well, they can't just take them out to the pound or anything. I mean, they can't just say, okay, now you need to get off. We're going to dump you right over there off our property. Goodbye. They have to have an arrangement. They're part of that. There's rules for institutionalized care being just sort of summarily dismissed because somebody said they were doing something. And, I'm not.
That's what Haney should say. Bye, Felicia.
Yeah. It's like we've known William for a while. He used to have vigils for patients who had died before their time. There's nothing funny about that. What do you... See, the thing is about William, he's a character. And I mean that in a good way, but
he's got the second best radio voice of all of us. Wayne Barini's probably the first, but William's got a close second of the best radio voice and mannerisms on the radio.
When the words come out in sequential formation of some sort.
When he says visual, what was it? A
visual?
No, it was what was it called? A candlelight visual.
Visual.
Sort of
like a vigil that you could see.
It sticks with you. You don't forget that. I love it.
A candlelight visual. It's almost like a visual. A visual vigil.
Yes.
And Wayne Barini's also the only one that really would say, "What are you saying that for?" Very few people do that.
Go ahead, Wayne. Call in. You got something to say? Call in. You know the number. Call in. He wants to call in and talk about New Jersey. Wayne. Let's see if he calls in.
Yeah, then tell him to use his radio voice. The Cannabis King. And I'll tell you what, I think he's earned that moniker. He really has.
He helps patients, and he doesn't let the whole world know about it. He's helping
really.
He's helping a lot of people. You don't even know about it, but he's hooking up people with weed.
Yeah.
So
he is one self-aware individual who he's not a bobbing head doll. I like being able to talk to people that
I've seen his head bob up and down a few times.
You know, I'm just saying that he's aware. He doesn't argue for the sake of arguing. He argues because he has a point, and it's just fun actually having. He keeps me a little more in line, in a good way. You know, I think he knows that. Plus, I know he's probably listening, aren't you?
He was. I guess he's not calling in. He said he was going to call in.
Yeah. Well, anyway, you know. But I've always thought he had that. He just had that radio voice. You know, some people have it.
He's got that real deep voice. And
yeah, you could do that.
I can do that too.
How long can you do that?
I can't do this forever, but I can do it.
Yeah, I can't do that. All I can do is sound a little bit like Victor Newman. Oh, if you know Victor, I can sound a little bit like him. It's all about the cadence. All about the cadence.
About the kittens?
The cadence. I was being made fun of singing the harder they come, you know, because it says I'd rather be a free man in my grave than living like a puppet or a slave. And our bass player said, "It sounds like you're saying like a puppy or a slave." And I listened to the recording, and it sounded like, you know, rather be a free man in my grave than living like a puppy or a slave.
I love puppies.
Who doesn't? And if you don't tell me. So anyway, how many states?
Beep, 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 beep.
50. How many don't have any cannabis laws of any kind, whether it be for adults or patients or anything? 3. 38 states have cannabis law. They all do it separate in their own ways. No two laws are the same, and yet cannabis patients are pretty much the same state for state, and cannabis itself is pretty much the same state for state. But it's a jumble because, of course, federal government just stands by. But the thing is being in the United States, we get to watch other states do something we won't, or haven't thought about, like California in 1995 failing to pass law, and then doing what it took to get it passed in 96, which gave everybody else somebody to point to. And Colorado was like right on their heels. And then we had California and Colorado to point to. But out here in New Jersey, we ended up having a governor that said we don't want to be like the Wild West of California or Colorado, and we were having ours.
You can get
Everybody does stuff different. Some states are more successful than others. But here's my problem. Is we only care about cannabis patients in our own states. So now, decades later, states have passed laws where they've had to do cleanup bills, add-ons, changes. They tweak it. It doesn't have to be a perfect bill. We got our legalization passed by a man, Scutari, saying we can't let good be the perfection be the enemy of the good, passing a bill. And Vin Gopal pointed out we've been changing our alcohol consumption laws for like 70 years or whatever, and we still change them. So, you know, you get something passed and work with it, but now we have other states to look to in all stages with all sorts of things going on, but we don't, and legislators don't, and this is not how it's supposed to work. So right now, we had a list of pretty narrow conditions in the beginning when law was signed in 2010 in New Jersey. And over a period of time, multiple times we've added conditions, kind of piecemeal, you know, have hearings, have testimony, and it takes a bunch of time. And then one time it was post-traumatic stress in 2016. And that got passed on the backs of veterans who came and testified about 22 veteran suicides per day. And it was very compelling. And then we got to remind everybody it's not about just veterans. It's about rape victims. It's about people who have been abused or witnessed abuse. It's about so many horrible things, you know. So that was the best thing to happen. And in the first 30 days after that passed, 900 people were admitted to the people avoid suicide. And how many people does it take for it to really be worthy action? Well, one person, yeah, but then 10, 20. We don't know how many were saved, but we know some were. Now, the thing is, we've got to the point where the same man, Senator Singleton, who's authored the patient's home grow bill 3.5 years ago, he also has just authored and posted a bill that would leave it up to the healthcare or the clinician or doctor, whoever it is that would be recommending cannabis for somebody to get in the program, could have their discretion for any reason. The equivalent of prescribing something off-label for a Schedule II drug. So, that's a gimme. What he's saying is, hey, why don't we just let it be a patient-doctor privilege? Between the two of them, let's do that. Now, that's what we wanted in 2009 and 10. And, of course, we got the narrow list. All right. The end part of all this is why I feel really bad is if we know that we made a mistake because cannabis didn't change over those years dramatically and patients didn't change. The ideas, attitudes, and the knowledge they had changed, and many did it as slowly as possible. But then that causes, by virtue of omission, it causes harm.
Oh, shit. I'm looking.
What the hell?
I'm looking at I'm like, wait, there's someone sitting over there. I'm like, were you?
And I'm looking, and this was like, this reminds me of the old thing, a surprise guest. This is funny.
Stuck up on you guys.
Tony.
How you been,
man? Wow. I've been okay. Yeah, this is good. This is one of the nice things. What we have here is a man who is one of the first visitors.
Come over here, Tony. Come grab a mic so we can hear you. This is amazing. Oh, man.
One of the 10 years ago when we're starting, Tony had some physical difficulties that kept him from doing a lot of things, which we're going to make him tell you about.
Still do.
And
sorry. Just blame the sound guy. Everyone's yelling at me.
Yeah, right. So anyway, what happened is Tony finally showed up because he was able to hear and watch the podcast and say, hell yeah, I want to get there, I want to go there.
Yeah, it was like these guys doing something.
Yeah, but I don't know how anybody could want to be where we are to the point where they start, I'm going to get this done, and one of our earliest supporters, and actually we didn't have a whole lot of support back then other than
the first time I came up there was only maybe 7 people here.
Yeah. So tell us, where are you now, Tony?
I'm in Sonoma County, California.
Yeah.
Forestville, actually.
Okay, well,
and
you can be our quick impromptu California representative.
California's here.
Yeah, I mean, nobody knows what's going on in California. Is there something that you could, because we got moderate schedule to keep it succinctly, say, is there things that need to be fixed, or people are trying to push a direction of things there? What's going on?
Yeah, I think the main things legislatively is the cannabis cafes, which are slowly but surely becoming a thing.
See, now here we feel like, you mean you don't have them already?
Well, there's a couple.
Yeah.
There's a couple in San Francisco. There's a couple in, there's one in, I think it's Cotati, California, which is up by me, up in the county. But there's a bill that they're working. I don't know the name.
Well, what are the rules for if you wanted to smoke a joint in public?
Technically, you're not allowed to. And
is it ever enforced?
Not that I know of, but I've gotten a dirty look from a park ranger before, at the beach.
Yeah, damn dirty looks.
But
looks can kill, man. No, they could kill.
And it was just like we were smoking a little joint on the beach, and he just gave us kind of the evil eye, and then that's all we were doing. So he just wandered off.
Well,
technically, I think you guys are still the only ones that can smoke where anyone smokes tobacco.
That's the one thing New Jersey got right with the patients.
Hey, we got Tommy Lyons on the line. You know Tommy Lyons. He's actually on here with us too. He just joined us from Maryland. And
Tommy
Hey,
Lyons,
boy.
long time no see, my friend.
Lefty, Jim, Tony, how's it going?
Good, good.
right on. California, meet Maryland.
How's it going, Maryland?
Yes.
Yeah, well,
Good to
California
see you
was
guys,
quick.
man. Happy Cannabis Freedom Day,
Yeah, it was Patient
whatever we're
Awareness
calling
Day.
it. What
Yeah,
is today called,
patient,
Lefty Cannabis?
patient awareness.
What is today? Well, like, tell me what is today. Obviously, 7/10 Oil Day, but like, talk to me about, you know, tell me about the podcast. Just kind of like the basis, because the people want to know. Like, tell us about it. Give us a little bit here.
Well, right now we have Tony talking about California's issues. We're going to have you talking about Maryland's issues. We're going to have a bunch of different states joining us to talk about, because everybody has different issues.
Yeah, cannabis patients, not just cannabis.
Cannabis
It's
patients.
Cannabis Patient Awareness
We're
Day.
taking the day back.
National Cannabis Patient Awareness Day, because everybody's got April 20th. We get 420. We do almost Steel Oil Day too. You know, we don't get two Christmases. We got 420. This one is where Lefty has co-opted it as best as he can now for 3 years to say, no, one day patients come in first. All the other days in New Jersey, patients come in second. And if they don't come in second, it's because there's a third concern involved and they come in third.
Or fourth.
Oh, yeah, last pretty much.
Last
Out of two, but they come in second every time. So not today, you know.
Ken Walski in the house.
Nice to see you, Ken.
So, I got my Maryland shirt on today, of course. America, Maryland. You know what I mean? I got the Chesapeake Bay hat on because I can show you right now that Maryland is doing something that's not too bad, giving us the opportunity for this to grow.
Oh, hold on. He's
So this-
showing us some beautiful plants here. Oh, boy.
This was the one that I showed you previously, Lefty. And this one, I've been cutting off a lot of the fan leaves and I've been topping it because what I want to do is really just take cuttings off of it. I'm looking at it today and looks like it's a little bit dried here. Some of the leaves aren't in the best shape, but I like to have fun with the plant. So like I bend it around and I had it in all types of different shapes. And the plant's real, like, you know, wiggly. You can kind of manipulate it and have fun with it and just do all stuff. This is my little guy that I told you about, the Romulan genetics. You see, it hasn't really been growing fast at all, but that's because I stress it so hard. But that's all right. Because, again, this is just me having fun with these plants. So I even grew, like, I've gotten into growing other plants that I didn't even know I could grow, like a tomato plant. It's pretty easy. I mean, it's basically like the same thing as growing weed. You can take clones off tomato plants. Now, I'm known for a long time, and I'm sure you guys have known this as well, that people call cannabis tomatoes, right? Over the course of a period of time, growers call it tomatoes because you're not allowed to talk about growing weed in stores and stuff like that. And so tomatoes. And I always, you know, figured, I was like, well, they call them tomatoes because it's an easy thing. You know, it's like a secret thing that people are like in on. Like if you're in the know, then you know to call them tomatoes. I never understood.
But is it a
why.
secret? Is it a secret? Can you grow weed in Maryland legally?
Legally now you can. Yes. But the term tomatoes, like it's a pretty good, you know, like well-known term that people talk about growing weed. Like they'll call them tomatoes, you know, but it's a weed plant. But the tomatoes grow just like the weed does. And it's crazy. You can like take cuttings off of it. You can clone your tomato plants just like you can clone your weed plants. It's pretty wild. And I'm excited about it. Another thing I'm really excited about, you guys, and I wanted to show this to you, is this has come into town. Hash. Old school hash. Trying to show it to you. Yeah, look at that. Old school style hash. This one right here is Afghani haze. And I'll tell you what, a lot of the stuff down here, and this is not a dispensary product down here. I don't care. It's just so good. This hash is ridiculous. Same thing with hash rosin, cold cure hash. All of this solventless stuff that's been hitting right now. I don't think they have it in the market in Jersey, in the legal market. Down here, they have a very limited solventless kind of setup. But when you think about all your concentrates, like sugar, shatter, butter, batter, wax, they're all, made by being blasted with some kind of solvent, whether it's like a CO2 or if it's butane, ethanol, something like that. They use a solvent so that they can take, again, the weed out of the weed. You know what I mean? Like we've talked about before. And they do it with this solvent through these machines. Well, with this now, with hash doesn't get any solvents. Hash doesn't get solvents. Rosin doesn't get solvents. All this is basically now what we're doing. It's kind of like juicing the weed. So with the hash, I mean, old school hash, there's different ways that they do it. When I was a kid, I remember my friend, I'm not going to say his name. I mean, I don't care. He probably wouldn't care. But my friend Mike, right? So we would get brickweed as a kid. You know, like you get Mexican brickweed. When I was probably in 8th grade or so, you know, the kids that had weed that were selling weed was, you know, brick swag. And I was talking to my friend Mike because his, like, he was a Mexican dude and his family would bring it in. And I'd be talking to him about it. We'd be smoking it. And he'd be like, yeah, I don't understand, though. He's like, because he went down there, like, as a kid. He went down there with his family. He's like, yeah, dude. He's like, I saw it. He's like, and I didn't understand what they were doing. They were beating the plants with belts. He was like, so this swag that comes in, they beat it. He's like, I don't know why they beat it like that, dude. They abuse it, you know? And now, after all this time, they were making hash. That's what they were doing. They were beating the plants so that the hash falls off of it. And then they collect the hash, which is a lot of countries do that too. A lot of countries only smoke hash. They don't smoke flower as much as, you know, we do. I love smoking flower. I smoke it every day. But I figured it out. That's why they were beating the plants, is to separate the hash. And so with this new kind of technology that they have with this cold cure stuff, I mean, this is hella old school. I'm just going to pop up a little chunk right here just to show it to you. That's all it is. Just a little hunk of hash right there. You know, I showed my son yesterday. I had gone out and I went out and I got a half an ounce, right? This is it. Just a half an ounce of pot. And I told my son, I was like, you see this bag right here? I was like, years ago, dude, if I would have gotten caught with this bag, I would have been beaten down by the police. I would have been arrested. I would have been charged with felony intent to distribute because of a little bag of pot like that. I was talking to and he just the whole time he's looking at me. He's like, I don't get it. He's like, why? He's like, who gives a shit? I was like, exactly. I've had my kids exposed to me using cannabis as medicine now since I started talking to you guys in 2016. So they understand it, and I just ask them little questions here and there. I'm like, so tell me about it. I was like, when you see this stuff, guys, what's the danger in it? You know, just out of nowhere, I'll ask them, be like, why is this dangerous? What is it about this that's so scary that's going to hurt people? And they just look at me like I'm stupid. Hello?
Tom.
How old are your kids, so we can get an idea of? I'm trying to visualize, because this is something that's important and going on when worlds collide or when one topples, you know, and it gets integrated at everybody's different pace. So I'm really curious, like how it's working out, but I can't picture it if it's like 5 and 8 or 15.
So my daughter is 18. And
okay.
my daughter is amazing. I love her to death. We actually got her her medical card about 5 years ago. When she was 14, I think I got her a medical card, so maybe 4 years ago. So she's understood cannabis. She used it. You know, she treated it like medicine, you know, but she also got to enjoy it. She got to try it. And now she doesn't use it. She just, you know, doesn't care enough to use it. Like, if she wanted to use it, she can. She has full access to it. She has safe access to it. She's had safe access to it for the past 4 years, and she just doesn't give a damn.
Well, she doesn't have the curiosity. She doesn't have the curiosity because it was well explained, and her assimilation came from truth, not fear mongering so much. And you know, that's a good story. That's the way it should be. I'm hoping that's the way it's working out a lot.
Well, I have twin boys as well that are 13. My sons, my football players, big boys, beast mode. They go out, they do catering with me when I go out to my catering jobs. And I mean, they're just incredible boys. So 13 years old. I mean, they've been, you know, exposed to it their whole life. They don't care. They just don't give a damn.
What do patients need in Maryland? What are patients' biggest needs there?
Patients' biggest needs here in Maryland, I would say more plants. Because the one thing that patients still struggle with, the number one thing that patients struggle with is money. Because people like me, you know, people like some of you that are over there, we're not rich people. Like, we don't have money to just go dropping around paying, you know, $400 an ounce at the dispensary, or $500 an ounce, or $100 an ounce. Something like that. They have made medicine. prices. But to get everything it's just a money thing. It gets expensive, and I think that's the number one issue, is trying to make medical more cost efficient for patients, as opposed to the recreational program. But what they've done, and they're actually doing this. So when you ask me what's the number one thing that patients in excuse me, in Maryland need, I would say more plants, and just maybe, bring the price down a little bit. They
What
are
is the
doing a
plant
really
count
good
now?
thing. What's that?
What's the plant count now, and what plant count do you want?
So the plant count right now for medical is 4 plants per household, which I think is really solid. Every household can have up to 2 plants. That's if you don't have a medical card. But so here's the difference, right? So when I'm growing this, I'm not, like, I'm having fun with growing. I'm not very good at growing. Like, this isn't some kind of super, like, fantastic weed plant, you know what I mean? That's going to yield, like, amazing buds, dude. But for me, if I was going to grow, like, say I was somebody that's at home, medical patient, on disability, unable to go to work. Like, these are the people who really need cannabis. People who are on unemployment, people who get the, EBT benefits from the government, good people that are sick, that are not able to, get the money that they can get from going to a place of employment. That's where more plants comes into me. So I'm thinking that the next step, if somebody really wants, so really, we've talked about this before. If you have one plant, you can grow, the whole plant and just keep growing it. But that's time. Like, that's time effective. If you really want to grow meds, then you have to be able to churn them out on that cycle. And I know Tony Liberty over there knows a ton about the cycles when it comes to cannabis and growing them. So people really want, let's talk about 8 plants, right? Let's just say 8. You can take autos if you want, or even non-autos, and you get them on the cycle, so that way you might yield an ounce, you might yield 2 ounces or 3 ounces, or maybe a pound, whatever it is that you're getting from plants. But if you can do 2 at a time, and 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 structure it so that you have a yield every 2 months or so, that's how you're going to be able to get actual meds without having to go to the dispensary. It's not about growing fire weed. It's about growing cannabis that helps you meet your needs. So this is where somebody comes in. Somebody like that needs somebody who can help them understand. So you just keep looking at this. And when we talk about the disabilities, there's the lack of knowledge out there too. So yeah, we know that you can. Sorry, go ahead.
I get like 8 ounces per cycle with 2 plants in a 2.5 foot by 2.5 foot tent, and that's 8 ounces of really nice weed. And I think any patient, that's going to help them no matter what, and that's just the tiniest little thing.
Exactly. See, the opportunity is out there, but people still don't know or have access to it. So, like, what I'm going to do with this plant, you know how I'm talking about taking cuttings all over it? I'm going to try and, if I really wanted to take cuttings right now, I could probably take about, 15, maybe 10, 20, something like that. But I'm just going to keep topping it, so that my goal is to have 60 to 80 cuttings for a veteran event in September. So my friends, Veteran Initiative 22, they do like these puffin paints and, weed bingo and stuff like that. And they do it all right where we were. Remember, you guys came down to the church. The church itself didn't work out, but the building is still there, and that building is rocking. They're doing really well over there. But yeah, so something like that, when they do their cannabis bingo or whatever it is that they're doing, they'll have, clones that they'll be able to give away. So if I have 60 clones, then that's 60 people that are going to walk out of there with clones. So, and I say clones interchangeably with cuttings. I know there's probably some of you guys over there that are like, stop saying clones. But some people don't. That's something simple right there too. Clones versus cutting, right? Why do we call them clones? Why do we call them cuttings? An actual clone starts with 1 cell. A cutting, you're actually just cutting the piece of the plant. So that it's really a cutting, not a clone, but the clone is something that's a term that's just become interchangeable with it. So it's what it is. I don't know. I'm kind of going all over the place right now.
I'm learning today. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's the first time I ever heard that too.
Tone, this is when you say 4 plants, and it sounds familiar because our medical cannabis home grow bill that's not getting hearing for over 3 years now. But it allows for 4 mature plants and 4 immature plants. So it's kind of like, even though we get almost everything wrong, we recognize what you were saying. Well, you can't just, say 4 plants. You got to have some growing up behind them, and you got to have at least alternate cycles. And like you were saying, maybe even at least a third cycle in there. So, I suppose I should. Well, that one person gets credit for that. The person who wrote the bill. New Jersey gets credit for ignoring all the wisdom in that bill. But I like your perspective on Maryland, though. It sounds like it can work. And did I hear that adults can grow 2 plants?
Yes, you did, Jim.
4.
Well,
So,
so
it's 4.
if you're a
Wow.
and it's about the household, right? So if your household has a medical patient in the house, then you can have 4 plants. If your household does not have a medical patient, then the household can have 2 plants. And then so the plants, I've still been trying to. I haven't gotten too crazy into like I did for a while. I tried to figure out what is a plant, what is not considered a plant. What are the height requirements? What is the requirements when it comes to development? Like, there's a lot that goes into what is a plant.
How long has this particular rule been in effect? I mean, how long have you been able to grow legally in Maryland?
July of 2022, I want to say, Jim.
So at least now, for a lot of people are going to say, that's really not enough. At least now you can argue that point while you're growing not enough. We are so envious of you here in New Jersey, where we don't even get to argue in a committee hearing.
About just one plant,
about any of it. So like, I'm happy that for you and everybody whose lives are improved, and now. It's still not enough, but it's not the emergency it is sometimes, when there's a lot of people not in pain in your state where their counterparts are crying out in pain right now in New Jersey.
Over the border.
Mm-hmm.
An imaginary line, right? They just, somebody said that there are these lines, and over here you can grow and over here you can't.
Well, I like the idea of this Cannabis Patient Awareness Day, that it's about patience, and that we can learn from each other by each other's mistakes. And in the end, my ultimate goal is to find legislators who agree in our state.
That's what it took, Jim.
In our state, that you can say to your legislator, thank you for everything you've done here, but this other state is about to enact a law with the strictest provisions ever. Can you not at least offer unsolicited advice to people there? It's an email saying, we made that mistake here. People suffered that didn't need to. That would be their way of apologizing for doing it in increments with patients, when some got it, then more, and some didn't, and they died before their time. That's why Lefty reads a list at the end of every podcast of those who died before it was time. So if we can get legislators to understand that their compassion shouldn't stop at their state line, when they make a mistake and they realize it, they fixed it. That's not enough. That's not enough. That's a yellow ribbon on a tree, and that ain't doing anything. It just says, I'd like to do something. They can. We can't. So I think our job is to convince our own state's legislators to butt in and then hammer them. I'm done.
Jim,
you guys got to fight where we to be able to do the petitions. That's the only way you're ever going to force them to do it, is to be able to do it yourself like that.
Yeah,
I think that's what holds you guys back here.
Yeah.
Well, I think where we had success was talking to the comptroller office. So the comptrollers are the ones who control all the money, and they didn't understand how much money they could make with cannabis. So they're just people, you know, that grew up in that mindset of cannabis is bad. They don't know anything different. They have no idea. They, you know, they see it and they don't see anything great with it. But when they see how much money that you can make with it, and they'll be like, oh wait, now my ears are poking up. How much money can we make with this? How bad is that?
Wait, comptrollers? Because they used to call them. I think there was freeholders in New Jersey. They used to be freeholders, but now
Sounds right. Yeah.
So that's what you mean, the people that control the money.
Yeah,
In the state,
In the state, the comptroller is the same thing as freeholder, right?
and at a state level, yeah.
Right. Okay, that's interesting. It's good
Those
to know.
are the ones I would recommend, because that's what Bonnie and I did. Is we went to the comptroller. We sat down and we talked to the actual comptroller himself. We talked to his like main guy, who was, you know, very like important when it comes to helping us. We talked to another lady in the comptroller's office, and I feel that we also talked to the senators and a couple House delegates, like, and this is one-on-one conversations, going out to lunch with them and talking about, and actually like having their ears, sitting down, talking to them, helping them understand. And once they start, like, you could almost see the dollar signs in their eyes just kind of like spinning when Bonnie and I were every second that Bonnie and I were talking to them, they just kept seeing more and more dollar signs. And that's totally cool. Like, that's your job. You know what I mean? If your job is to control the money for the state, and I come to you and I'm like, hey man, there's a way that you can make more money. And then you're like, what is it? You know, and then I start talking to you about cannabis, and the initial thing is like, whoa. You know, I mean, do we really need to make money off of something like that? And then you're like, yeah, actually you do. And here's why. And we had this whole plan. We had this whole like, you know, presentation and stuff like that. And when we showed it to them, they were like, wow, this is legit. And then, you know, a year later we had home grow. So I'm hoping that had, you know, some kind of impact on it.
Is it really a money issue that's holding the home grow back from New Jersey, though?
Well,
it's
yeah,
all a money issue, Tom.
It is a money issue, but not in. It has to, in a specific respect. What it is patients are being lumped in with adults home grow, and the waters are so muddied that what happens is the effort is really to keep adults from growing, because that's going to maximize in the beginning the revenue straight to the treasury. So that's what Senate President Scutari, he feels that's his obligation, to make sure that we got to wait till the program's up and running and we've made some money before we consider adults. But
but it's like been 15 years.
But for patients, you got to kind of separate it, because patients don't pay sales tax. You get no slice of the pie. Patients don't offer money to the treasury. Patients growing would be able to afford their medicine, but it wouldn't hurt dispensaries, because it's going to be a small amount of patients and we don't have that many to begin with. So what happens is, I think our Senate president is worried if he talks about this bill that will be good for patients, for mature, for immature. If he does that, adults are going to go, hey, that's the same thing for adults. You know, basically the natives are not restless here enough right now. Scutari can turn away, and there's no penalties, none, zero. So that's,
I don't think he gives a damn. I mean, since I've, you know,
no, he doesn't have to give a damn. You know, it doesn't. He is going the way he's going, and it's taking patience unnecessarily with them for just discussing it. See, here it's not about, there's no will in the legislature to pass this bill. That is a bad thing to be saying when the information that you need to know what to think about a bill is being withheld. It's information being withheld. The hearing, the both sides of the issue.
Have, Jim. They don't have the information. So when I talked about how we were going down there and talking to these people, they have no idea. So that was the whole point, is to go down there and give them the information that they need. And I feel like we hit it on the head with the comptroller more than anything, because the senators and the House representatives, like, you know, they're trying to get to their next job. And I'm not knocking them for that. Like, they're trying to do what they can so that they can get to their next level of government, or because these people, they like their, you know, their chains and their hierarchies and stuff like that. And that's totally cool. You know, if you like that kind of stuff, I think that's awesome. But you should be using it at the same time to make more money for your government, And how do you make more money? By helping your people with home grow, because the home grow is not hurting the dispensaries. The home grow only makes it better for dispensaries, because now people are in the dispensaries. And I still keep in contact with dispensary owners that I know, people that work in dispensaries, and they're like, since there's home grow, there's been a flood more of patients and recreational users, and people are in the dispensaries meeting each other, talking about their home grow, talking about what they're doing with their plants. Like, it's a conversation starter. It lights people up. It makes them happy. I mean, even from a government perspective, like if I were to put myself in the government shoes and I saw people being so happy, I'd kind of be skeptical. Like, yeah, I don't know, but we're making a ton of money from it, so maybe we should just let it happen, at least for a little bit longer, to see how much money we can continue to make from this. So as long as the government's making money, I feel like if we can, and that's shitty to say because we want compassion, like we want people to care about people. The realisticness of that is that the government doesn't. The government just wants money. And I hate to say that because we're a people of people who don't have money. Like, I've been living in income-based housing for like the past 7 years, you know what I mean? And it's just, I've struggled personally just to make enough money to live, like to live week to week to week to week. Like, it's not easy to live. And, like I said, I got 13-year-old boys. I have, my daughter's 18. Over the past years of, when they were really young, it's so hard to like just live and not go into debt. Like, I did go into debt. I filed a bankruptcy. Like, I mean, it gets crazy sometimes. The whole thing for money is just wild. So being able to grow plants, like for me, as someone who, like, I'm a recreational enthusiast plant grower, I would say, because I'm not an excellent, like, super grower, with the thing. Again, I'll show you my plant. Like, I can kind of grow a plant, but I don't know personally enough about growing it so that I can yield and actually have a yield that's going to be worth giving me a medical benefit. And then also there are some things like, so if I do start having a yield, then my house is going to smell up, you know what I mean? And then the neighbors are going to complain. So even if it's legal, or if it's this or that, if the neighbors smell it and they complain, then it becomes an issue. So there's issues surrounding it that we have to still be able to control. But yeah, dispensaries are only making more money now that there's home grow. Plus, the dispensaries are even able to sell clones. The dispensaries can sell clones. They can sell seeds. Pretty much all of it. Hey, left. I got to get off of here, man.
Love it. Thank you, Tommy.
Yeah, I
Tommy
wanted to make
Lyons
sure I got
from
on there,
Maryland.
but I have
Tommy
an
Lyons,
appointment in, like,
it's awesome
3
to hear your
minutes.
voice, my friend.
Hey, guys, I love
Yeah.
you up there, all right? Take care.
Love you, Tommy.
Congratulations on everything as far as we've come. Lefty, you got kicked in the chest 30 years ago, man. And now you're sitting there in Trenton at the government talking about freeing cannabis. You guys are doing it. I'll talk to you guys later, all right?
I want
Plan,
home
baby.
grow.
I'll crush ya.
Hell crush ya.
Oh, my goodness.
Avocado oil.
All right. Well, there's Maryland. Maryland's in good shape. We have another state that's in pretty good shape is New York. We got Rob Robinson in from New York. Jim, grab your seat again. We'll give Rob a microphone and set over here.
I trade off.
You can hang out. Just we have an extra set.
New York's got a small little adult home grow now. Oh, there you go. I can trade off anything they want. Yeah, trade this back. Sorry. You got a microphone over there too? There you go.
Yeah.
All right, you're good.
I was just asking Rob, so what time are you supposed to be on? It's like exactly now.
Right now. What timing?
What timing, man?
Yeah, I was scheduled
Rob
11:30.
Robinson
My
in the
time.
house. How do you give a quick description of Rob?
Oh,
what,
man.
what do you say?
I should have his bio in front of me. It's like
Okay,
3 paragraphs long. He does the Harvest Fest for how many years? 20-something years now. Harvest Fest.
This year's the 27th annual.
Woo.
It'll be the 29th annual cannabis competition, which ended up being the longest running cannabis competition in America.
Oh, I've been to a couple of them. I got to tell you, there was too much smoke in the indoor one in bunkhouse back at was that Echo?
Camp Minglewood.
Minglewood, yeah. And I was in the far end of all that, and then it hit me. I can barely see the door through all the smoke. It was just one big table, everybody rolling and smoking, and And I got to the door. I got outside. I was stunned. Oh, my sunlight! What's going on? You know, I don't know how high I could get on smoke, but I think a little asphyxiation was going on.
Hawk ass high.
Anyway,
The clam bake.
that was good old days, and
Back there in real prohibition.
yeah. Well, see, the thing is, and then we get to what's going on in New York, but to lay the foundation, what happened is I could never get to your thing. I think I might have met at Al Gore's thing. I don't think I knew you before then. When you came over having a protest, vice president running to be president in 2000.
Wow.
And so, Rob, I had people come in because Al Gore said that, that doctors whose opinion he trusts say that there's things that work better than marijuana for everything marijuana is said to work for. And I thought that's wonderful because Cheryl's tried like 19 therapies, medicines, and things, and we've run out of hope, and you're telling me something works better than what she's doing. So I'd like to know who the doctors whose opinion you trust are so I can ask them, what is it that will get rid of Cheryl's MS tonic spasticity, which is the tightness that you can't undo? And of course, he never replied.
I'm not gonna tell.
So I did everything I could.
There's always a mistake when it comes to Jim Miller.
Oh man,
There's something better, but I can't tell you what it is.
Look, I'll be honest. Everything I did out of fear, and it's sort of like you don't know what's going to happen until you get in certain situations. Anybody that
You did it in spite of fear.
Yeah. Well, it's what happened was all those things Cheryl really did try. Nothing had worked, and somebody who had MS used Dr. Kevorkian services, Dr. Death. He would help you die. MS patients were more than 50% of the people that he served. This was in Lakewood, right next to where we live. It was big news. And then when I told her about it, and she's a picture of a woman, and she was way ambulatory. She was like helping her, And then Cheryl's, you can't move, and I looked right at her. So I can't tell you how happy I am that you wouldn't consider something like this. And she like didn't change her expression, but she looked me right in the eye and said, "What makes you say that? Don't presume to know what anybody feels." Something like that. And I seriously, literally felt my blood for a second, So everything I did out of fear because if there was something else to do, and you as well as anybody know, especially back then, doing stuff like that. I mean, having LV, the legal smoker, up from Florida, so she can smoke up a storm and she can talk to everybody like that while and it was great. And then we had one of the nicest gatherings, maybe 29 people in a double motel room that I had for people afterwards. And I looked around at the people that did show up that day. Candyman Chad,
NJ Weedman was there.
Oh yeah, it's like a bunch of people. So anyway, yeah, that was good. But you're right, that was back when these things needed to be done. And there weren't a lot of people to do them, and the bandwagon really wasn't here. It was just like we were waiting for, okay, we're going to get over this little apex of a thing. But what you did is, Cheryl died on June 7th in 2003, and I was at your festival, which would be, of course, in early October, to the first one, and I thought it was going to be a bunch of people at a freaking campground. And I came with my best friend from Australia because he was living with us then, And what we saw was like a whole different world. And it was the New York Harvest Festival and Freedom Fair. The Harvest Festival didn't concern me as much as the freedom I felt at your taking. I knew what it was like to be free. I knew what it was like to walk around with a joint. I remember going to get some coffee. Everybody's tired, milling around at the campground. And I'm kind of tired. I'm getting coffee. And this guy looks, it's in your mouth if you're looking for it. And he was serious. I had a joint hanging out of my mouth. I'm not sure I even knew it, It was obvious. A bunch of cars in one place. There's no car. And a guy sleeping there. And as I walk by, he wakes up and goes, "Hey, I'm not in my car." You know, I love that. But it was the freedom to be like that. And that inspired me because, as you well know, I'd come out and now I know what it feels like. And I actually go back, you had me up to New York one time. I guess it was Albany, and I got to have a say and actually go back and I listened to the last part of what I had to say, and it inspires me now, still, you know. It was all about that. I said, I want to be free to be sitting there on my front porch smoking a big fat joint. You go walking by, get to wave and say you want some, and we're almost at that.
Yeah, and we're there in New York in a lot of ways.
But what is it in New York that's been like recently improved and what needs more work? So you're trying to get a feel where everybody's state is for both, all about medical, but you know, whether it be edibles and limits and stuff.
Well, the cost in New York for patients is the most prohibitive thing we've got up against us right now, for sure.
To become a patient or to buy the medicine?
To buy the medicine. Okay. To become a patient, you know, it's competitive, so it's not that expensive. But frankly, the cannabis itself at the dispensaries for medical patients is obscene amounts of money. So what a lot of the patients, you know, that are able, that still have the ability to use the black market or ever had the ability, still use it. What they do is they buy the packaging and use that packaging.
It's would do exactly that. What's going on, and it's like anybody should actually know that. What would a dispensary ounce cost? I don't mean I want the best you got. There's like a general upper tier, you know, and then there's in New Jersey. I don't know because I haven't bought any in a year and a half. I maintain my card so I can smoke where I want because New Jersey has the best where you get to smoke laws, and I get it where I may, and now I can afford it, and I've never been without.
Amen.
Yeah, but when I was going to the dispensary, yeah. Oh well, listen, what the smalls are on sale and all that. I'm trying to get as cheap as I can, and anything. That's not good enough after the years I put in. I'm not happy with that, you know.
What are the prices like up there?
Yeah,
well, and it's been a while. I'm not a patient in New York myself, and I did a little bit of research. But when my mom was a patient, a 1 gram cart was $125.
What would an ounce or a flower? Yeah. What would an ounce of bud cost?
Back,
we're going
$350.
Yeah, okay.
$400.
Yeah. How recently was it that though?
That was 10 years ago.
Okay.
No, I don't think it's gone down.
Not that. I don't think we're probably all that different price wise. This is where Chris Goldstein was here. He has all the lists of what everything is, but it sounds compatible.
Yeah, and what the funny thing is, they're shutting down all the illegal pot shops all over New York that don't have permits, that are selling, you know, $30 eighths and, you know, $100 ounces of local weed and $200 ounces of exotics, and actually, providing a service to a market that's there and needed. And those are the ones being shut down. And then the New York dispensaries for the legal adult market are going to come in, because there's very few of them now. I think there's 12 in the entire state that are actually open and selling cannabis. And then getting the cannabis right now is, of course, going to be a problem, because there's, there's seed to sale. You have to show where everything's coming from. There's still a huge black market in New York, and black markets matter. The way they're treating everybody.
What's the best thing you think might happen, or is there an effort to move things in a better direction?
Well, New York's actually on the verge of passing legislation that's going to provide insurance coverage of cannabis. It'll probably be the first state to do so. They're working on it. It's been passed in the assembly several times. It's just the way New York works, as you know, Jim, is you got the governor, you've got the Senate speaker and the assembly speaker, and those three have to want it.
Yep.
It doesn't matter really much of anything else other than those three men.
That's the fact. So when you say in insurance would cover, like, what about Medicaid? Would Medicaid, that's going to be federally sponsored, so maybe not.
Right, that's not wouldn't be covered until that's covered federally.
Yeah,
that's going to be an entirely different fight. It's probably one of the reasons we're not seeing it federally.
Okay, in New Jersey, it was in the law that said insurance is not mandated to pay for it. In other words, it was very clear. I would assume it was the same in New York, perhaps.
Correct.
Because that one, it helps get it passed, and insurance companies say okay. But then, obviously, is medical cannabis treated on par with Schedule II concerns in I mean, in other words, do you feel like patients are coming in way second place or not quite up, to the same considerations? Because, um,
Well, there's a lot of medical dispensaries in New York. There's a lot of variety. I think really the most prohibitive thing right now is the cost, because they do have homegrown in New York. They had it before. They had it for recreational. They had it for medical patients, but now they have it for recreational. Everybody's growing in New York. They have been for quite some time, and the police have just been laying off.
Yeah, but patients, yes or no? I'm getting confused.
Patients can grow. They were able to grow before recreation in New York. So we do have a home grow for patients first. But the recreation,
a lot of patients can't grow, aren't inclined, so purchasing at a reasonable price,
correct.
Yeah, my idea didn't gather a lot. Oh, I want to. Ken knows what's going on better than me in New Jersey and all, and he might have some pertinent questions. So,
thank you.
Hold on a second.
Thank you, Jim. Well, yes, I've been Trenton. I was born here in Trenton, and I live here now in the city of Trenton, and I'm I'm chairman of Trenton's Cannabis Advisory Committee. So we make recommendations on cannabis businesses to the city council and for opening up these businesses. But what I'm concerned about right now is that Trenton is proposing an ordinance that would make it illegal to smoke or vape marijuana in public. So, anybody smoking or vaping here could, be subject to a $250 fine or a $500 fine or a $1,000 fine right now. So this ordinance is going to be on the city council agenda on tomorrow night at 5:30 at City Hall, right down the street. So, there's a public comment period, and I'm encouraging people to come out and comment on that. Letting people know that there is a carve out for medical patients, and if you can show an ID card, you will not get you will not be fined. But many people use marijuana and for medical purposes without having an ID card. 50,000 people dropped out of the state cannabis regulatory program, this medical marijuana program, when adult use came along because they didn't want to pay the physician fees for continued access to this program. So, and many people just never have been diagnosed with a problem. I mean, I used marijuana when I was a teenager, and I knew that it helped me in a number of ways. And even though that I was never diagnosed with problems, I did have problems as a teenager. So,
don't we all? Didn't we all?
Yeah, I'm lucky I'm alive, quite frankly.
I think New York gets the nod, though. I'm listening to where we are, and I feel New York.
Well, the one thing that we need, when you write laws, and as Ken would know, you write a lot. You put everything you want in a bill because usually it gets whittled down, especially during committee meetings. We didn't have that because our governor got in trouble, and we got everything we really ever put in the bill. A lot of it didn't get whittled down, and one of the things was public use. Anywhere you can smoke tobacco in New York State, you can consume cannabis.
Oh, that's great.
Which is like the New York State Fair has already put up places where you can smoke cannabis and things.
That's currently how it is.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Well, the New Jersey, for all it got wrong, really did good by the patients as to where they could consume their medicine, to where a lefty actually had to go out on his ignorance is no excuse tour and go to half the municipalities, and 566 or something, and to see if they knew the law. And I'm a patient, I'm about to use it, where aren't you going to arrest me? And they and in the beginning they would have to call the county prosecutor and stuff because they really didn't know, but and it was just, but there was individual things, and I'd say, no, it's not good enough. It's good enough for today, but it'd be like Atlantic City. Well, you go across the street, and it's sort of like, well, what if somebody complains? We'll take our time getting there. okay,
Yeah.
that's
That's good if you have an ID card. If you're
yeah.
you're
No, I have my card because I like that I if I can smoke a cigarette there, then I feel I can do that. But I'm not really militant about that because it's already pretty good. It's not.
But laissez-faire is not a policy. Laissez-faire is more of a policy than a law.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
they don't have to. They don't.
But
Laissez-faire can be ignored.
So
So
what's the downfall, the fallout for doing it your way? In other words, if we don't get to do that, are we being saved from something in New Jersey by not allowing people to recreationally smoke it publicly? How are we better off than people in New York where it's not that way? I don't see that we're any better.
No, we're not. It's just a continuation of the stigma that's attached to it. You know?
Yeah, but we need to somehow blindfold and kidnap them and drop them off in New York and say, talk to these people. I mean, what do we got to do? It's not. This is why we want this national cannabis patient awareness day, so that they know that actually it's not us that needs to commune. It's not us and other patients. We need to commune with them about how to get our legislators to talk to each other. It's like parents getting divorced and you want to force them to dinner somehow, But that's what's in it for me. That's the only hope I have for everybody, is that we've made mistakes in New Jersey that we fixed. And the thing is, legislators know that we fixed them, but they also know in other states where they're not fixed, they're not saying boo. It's like legislative compassion does end at the border. It just doesn't for us.
But New York still has some of the problems that New Jersey has and the rest of the country has that has legalized marijuana, and it's not allowed in hospitals. It's not allowed in hospitals and state institutions, and this could have fatal consequences. Really,
it does have fatal. It's not on the death certificate,
right?
But it does,
right? I mean, a seizure patient who's got her seizures controlled with marijuana suddenly goes into a hospital because she breaks her leg and she has to stop using her marijuana. You know, I mean, I've seen people die from status epilepticus, unrelenting seizures, and it can be a fatal condition.
Yep.
And or you can't use your pain medicine, and suddenly you spent years kicking the opioid habit, and the first thing they give you is opium, or some type of opiate anyway. So that's very dangerous. So the hospital and institutional access and insurance coverage, of course, are the things that we're fighting for now here, along with home grow in New Jersey.
Yeah, well, I got a list of things here that legislation where pharmaceutical for aged and disabled and senior gold, among a couple others, would then subsidize it in whatever form they do other pharmaceuticals. Something where workman's comp and health insurance coverage, subsidizing it, Medicaid. These are all bills that aren't really being heard, and one is the health practitioner's discretion in where for anything. Now, my point is, in New Jersey, when we get that far, I'm saying yes, doctor patient. Who could have thought that a doctor patient relationship might surpass the abilities of a legislative who gets in and who doesn't by legislators? The thought that this is going to be happening is good, but I think that we were right saying that in the beginning. We were right, and they were obviously wrong, and people suffered. Now, their compassion, they can't say too much about I'm sorry to us, but they can say they're sorry by helping another state, by sticking their nose in somebody else's business that they don't even know, and emailing them and said, we made a mistake, and we fixed it. And I feel bad. And I just want to tell you to get it off my conscience so this guy named Jim will leave me the hell alone that we made a mistake.
I just want to tell you that, I can't stay, but I do want to wish you luck. I came here to support your effort.
I appreciate that. I know you're busy.
And I want to say good luck to you. And thank you for what you're doing here for patients across the country.
Yeah. Well, I'm a binary, a code thing here. I am a board member of 2 organizations, and as a member of the Coalition for Medical Marijuana, we have always supported this podcast. And even back when it was a little dodgy doing it, because Lefty was being a shock jock, but Ken stuck with him, it's a good, because we approach things different ways sometimes, and it's good to have two organizations going the same way that can coexist, even if methodology is a little different.
It's important to have coalitions in general, which is one other thing me and you had in common back in the old days.
Yes, for sure. If I needed you here, you'd be here, and if you needed me there, I'd be there.
Yeah, that was one of the things you said on stage. It was like, Rob doesn't ask me to do very much, so when he does, I listen.
Yeah, I just do.
And he hasn't asked me to do very much, and I missed an opportunity. So this year, I made sure I was here.
Well, and I got to get back up your neck of the woods sometime.
Yeah, man, always welcome. You know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the strides we're making in New York and in New Jersey, are amazing. And as we make them, changing the laws is even harder, as you know, because people get more complacent and they don't see the problems that the patients are facing.
Yeah.
So I definitely applaud you for keeping the patients, first, especially on 7/10, on the day of oil.
Well, I don't make it any secret here that I am a tired advocate. I'm 72. I'm tired no matter what I'm doing sometimes, but it's, I made a promise to Cheryl. I mean, I had to tell her when I found out she's going to die. They couldn't fix her swallowing, and she refused a feeding tube. And I told her I was tired, and we'd done a lot, and I didn't know if I could keep it up. And she said, "But you have to," which is not what she was supposed to say. It was like that. But her, she didn't. She was Edith Bunker from All in the Family. She just spoke all sorts of truisms, no matter what happened. But anyway,
no matter how Archie Bunker we were.
She reminded me in the beginning when we found it worked for her. I said, "We can do this quiet, or we can do it loud." And she said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, we can just take care of you. It's quite freaking illegal. Or we can tell everybody about it while we do it." And she said, "Don't you wish we'd known sooner?" We didn't know. She wasn't a consumer. I was. We got married. It was all for me. Yeah, I didn't have to share it. And all of a sudden this happened, and my world changed. And she said to me then that, "No, don't you wish we'd known sooner?" I said, "Yeah." And she said something to the effect of, "We shouldn't want somebody to have done something for us we're not willing to do for them." And there's no truer shortcut than that. So anyway, in this time of me saying, I can't keep it up, and she said, "You have to," and she reiterated that. And the deal was, okay, I'm going to say, would Cheryl show up if she was still with me? I'll show up, and I'll represent. I had no idea it would go 21 years and counting, though. See, that 21 years was more than the 12 we spent, or 13, 14 years we spent. So I'm kind of, and for me, when patients have the right to grow their own, and then there's always people, it's like, well, patients, they're not going to have to do it. Well, when that happens, there's people like sitting right across from me, New Jersey MedMan. I can imagine him taking a patient under his wing, saying, "Here, I'll stop by and we'll FaceTime you, and we'll make sure you grow something good." The people want to help. It'll find its way. And
we're pretty ingenuitive.
When that happens, I get to kind of step back, I think, because retirement really suits me well. It does. I mean, otherwise retired, it's like I have the ability to enjoy really not doing much, but this is a solid. This is
Rob, there's a border between New Jersey and New York where in New York you can grow cannabis, not go to jail. And in New Jersey, cancer patients and disabled vets go to jail for 5 years right over that border.
Yeah.
Right over that little line. And you go to jail for 5 years doing the same thing.
Yep.
I don't get it.
None of it ever really made sense to me that there was an ability to be arrested for growing a plant in general. But yeah, then making an imaginary line and saying it's legal here and not there. Yeah, it just becomes more and more absurd. And that's one of the reasons I came to sit with you guys at the Jersey State House, because
Oh man,
there's still a war going on, and there's still a war on this plant going
Yeah.
on. It's a war on us, and you guys have been at the forefront for like over 20 years, sitting right here at the State House.
Well, we've been doing a podcast for 10, and we were here on call as needed before that. But the regularity is something that it's like people just sort of get used to it, and it becomes less of an issue.
Give them games, give them games and bread.
Yeah, and lately, going to one thing that doesn't work out in most states too is when they change the law, for instance, like what we have now. The law for somebody who's a patient growing their own medicine is the same as it was 20 years ago when there were no patients. I mean, it's the same law that affects them.
Right.
That it should have been downgraded legislatively. It should have been, and it doesn't. So there's no concern about people taking their health into their own hands. My God, the thought of people taking care of themselves.
And then the people think people still get arrested for that. That's the big thing I hear by so many people. People that just don't know better. That people are still getting arrested for marijuana, and it's a lot of people.
Yeah. And as far as well, just grow it. No, patients can't afford facing the same sanctions healthy people can. It's far more frightening. No, they can't just grow it.
Right.
Oh.
And it's a little, it's harder than most people think. And money does grow on trees, but you got to really care for those trees, and then you got to cure them.
Yeah,
cure them properly.
Yeah, it's so important.
Don't rush the curing process, please.
Is there some sort of ceremony when you first cut it? I mean, is there some, yay, though I cut this plant down?
I mean, I'm sure everybody has their own. I
haven't grown my own in a while, and when I did, it was sadly before we knew it worked for Cheryl. It was for me.
Sure.
And I can tell you, there's nothing more miraculous than watching that grow, and in effect shaping it with topping at certain times, depending how you want it to grow.
Everything, all the love you give that plant, you're pouring it into that plant. When you're consuming it, it's way different than consuming something somebody else made.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember the green of a major league ballpark the first time I saw it, and I can remember certain things in my life exactly what it felt like. And I can remember the first time I cut down 2 plants I had and had buds in an A&P shopping bag, and I sat there and put my head and just looked at it and breathed and I loved the smell. And I remember exactly, right up on par with seeing Willie Mays. It was that just grew. It grew itself. I didn't grow shit. It grew. I mean, I did things for it, but it grew itself. You don't grow something. You help it grow.
Yeah, you nurture it.
John, let me say hi to you. How you doing, man? Thanks for coming. Our next guest is Ann Armstrong from Rhode Island. So, Rob, stay here. I don't know if you know Ann, but Ann Armstrong's from Rhode Island, and she, I'm sure she has a story to tell about Rhode Island patients and what they're going through. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hold on. Yes. Okay, there we are. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. Deaconess Ann from the Healing Church.
That's right.
What's happening up in Rhode Island? Yeah.
Well, Rhode Island passed laws making it clear to everybody that every single person in the state over 21 could grow 6 plants at a time. And if there's 2 people in your house, you could grow 12 plants at a time. You could grow them outside. And so because we have this, home grow, there's really not the grievances among the patients that they used to be, because they can't really be exploited. And we had caregiver home grow for a long time, so it developed a skill set in a large number of people here in the state. And when I was listening to you and the things that you're going through, I would just like to point out a couple of things that might help. The first one is that rights are not granted, they are asserted. There is no power on earth that can grant you your rights, because there's no power on earth that can take away your God-given and inalienable rights. And I do understand that when people aren't feeling well, it's difficult to stand up to anyone and to assert these rights and to, face what might be temporary discomfort. And that's why we at the Healing Church, since 2016, the first time they arrested us and then dismissed the charges and then came back. And, we've been engaged in this dialogue with the state here in Rhode Island on behalf of everyone else, because it turns out here are some fundamental arguments that if you are growing or trying to grow and your lawyer won't advance these arguments to the state, I suggest you fire that lawyer and sue them for malpractice. Here's number one. If you have medical in your state, that means that the legislature made a finding of fact that cannabis had medical value and utility. Does anybody know what the definition of Schedule 1 controlled substances is in the law?
Yeah, New Jersey's been off on that for a while. They have their own category for cannabis.
Right. Okay. So if they say that cannabis has medical value, then, and Schedule 1 definition says all these things in Schedule 1 are have no medical value. When the legislature said it had medical value, they took it out of Schedule 1 and didn't put it anywhere else. So first of all, your lawyer can say it's not a Schedule 1 substance. If there's any vagary, if there's any confusion, the law says it goes to the defendant. They can't have confusion and vagary. That's number one. Number two is that when Washington, D.C. passed home grow for everybody, they had to have that ratified by the U.S. Congress, because the District of Columbia is not a state and their laws have to get ratified by U.S. Congress. So when U.S. Congress ratified those laws, they actually made it clear that anyone in this country has the same right. It's the same principle as Obergefell, that if some states, you can't have fundamental inalienable rights recognized in some states and not in others. So when the federal government ratified that DC was going to let anybody have 6 plants at a time home grow, anybody, anywhere in the country, I know it's scary because they come and they will arrest you and you will have to go and make your case in court, maybe for a while, maybe through a couple level of judges, maybe even take it to federal court. So I just like to tell you what we're doing here in Rhode Island. In Rhode Island, while they've been, they're going after us because I ran for governor and Alan ran for attorney general. So it's sort of like the Trump person. They want to make sure we can't run again. Lawfare. But here in Rhode Island, they actually, when they set up these stores to deal weed, like in a dispensary, that's violating federal law still. It is still against federal law to sell cannabis, right? There's no exceptions in federal law. So when even your state, when they give certain people licenses to break federal law, in our state, they really went to an extra length. They used a lottery to give out the licenses. So not only do you have to pay a huge bribe, then you have to join the lottery. And if you win this special lottery, you get a pot store license. Okay. You know what that is under federal law? That's racketeering. That is everything the RICO statutes say you can't do. That's what they were doing, the state. So we're suing the state for racketeering. And we're winning bigly in this. I don't know if you remember when we started our public advocacy, we started it with a prayer novena in Roger Williams National Memorial in 2015, and it was a big deal. All the news came. Then we went to go ask the Pope if we were right. I mean, we didn't stop. But the federal government had all these charges from 2015, including from when they stripped me naked in the park and then charged me with a crime. And they just, on their own, when we sued them, dropped the charges on their own movement and volition, like sua sponte, the head of the. So basically, they admitted we were right. They're saying they were sorry. We got a signed order from the judge that they have to give us back our bubbler and our little little bowl that we had the cannabis in, and my robe. Do you ever see that video when they stripped me naked? You know that different color thing I had on?
Yeah, that was disturbing.
It was disturbing. Well, they have to give me it back now, which means that if they don't have it, I get to tell them how much it is worth. Because I have a signed order from the judge to give me back my bowl, my dish, and my robe. and our thurible. You know what a thurible is? For the incense?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right. They actually came and like they arrested Reverend Allen and they took the thurible that just had ashes in it.
They used it out on the street, not even in the park.
Yeah, they had some spy come and say, "Is that your leaves are burning in there?" So anyway, my point is that I'm trying to make is that between, first of all, the Chevron decision, which really disempowers and creates an optic, more importantly, that these agencies are disempowered. First of all, you can stand on that, but what you could really stand on is that every single person in every single state in this country has the right to grow the same number of plants that the federal government gave the right to people in DC to grow by an explicit act. So, yeah. So, I think it's a protection racket that they're threatening to come and hurt you for doing something you're allowed to do. And, if you want, we've posted samples of the lawsuits that we're filing that's just basically it's really making them back down. We've been, this particular case, we've been fighting since October of 2018. And, they've never actually been able to, we're out on our own recognizance for what they said was 48 pounds of cannabis. And then it turns out, if you read the law in Rhode Island carefully, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not the same in other states. They never actually banned the substance like flour. They just banned mixtures containing cannabis. That's what the law actually says. It says excluding, it's a bad word, I always say. And then it has a long list like this drug, substance, or mixture, that drug, substance, or mixture. Then for cannabis, it just says a mixture. And nobody noticed, the lawyers since 1988, nobody noticed that the law doesn't ban flour. So somebody that had been convicted in 2008 of a quarter pound, which wouldn't even be against the law now, is going back to court to a judge to have them, reverse that. And that's going to give, because really it's honestly the lawyers that are making it be like this, because who's making the money? You get busted for weed, a lawyer's going to get 20 grand at least, right? They're the only ones making out at this point, and they're the only ones refusing to vigorously defend clients and only offer these pathetic, wimpy defenses and try and bully people into taking plea bargains. But it's basically been a confidence game and protection racket the whole time, because at least in Rhode Island, the law never banned flour. It never banned it. It excluded it from the ban. And what? Nobody noticed? It's like Juneteenth for real. Well, I'm done talking. You got a question?
What else do patients need in Rhode Island? What more could they ask for?
Well, because we have home grow. There's and then there's stores all over the place with drive-throughs if you actually want to go to a store. And then there's the church. If you can't pay, the church has it for free. So once you have home grow, I don't think, because patients don't need all those fancy brands do you ever see some of the stores, they have little buds in a cat food can or something how is that good for the environment? I think that once they made home grow for everyone, the level of happiness among patients just went way up, because you can grow it yourself. You don't have to, it's not a struggle. It's not a thing anymore. DCYF expressly can't go after parents for cannabis anymore. I mean, basically, the war's over here. And so
Everyone around us got it right. And it looks like New York got it right. Maryland got it right. Rhode Island got it right.
I mean,
What the heck, Jersey?
doctors are even allowed to recommend cannabis for short-term, like pain management and surgery, and or an injury like an ankle, they can actually write you a recommendation on the spot. So like, and the police they're just over it. They're over it because they're not really interested in propping up the, business interests of the mob, and everybody can see who's behind it here. And, I suppose what it would take would be for somebody to like go stand out on the street with 6 plants and pots, right? New Jersey, how do you think you could break that about the not people thinking they can't?
Before getting busted on the assumption that one would.
Yeah.
Have it be a church who already is well established as actually believing this stuff and never ever sold it. I would have it be a church that has a reputation for being a church and for never selling.
Yeah.
Who doesn't live there, who they can't sweat very much.
Yeah.
Suing them.
Yeah.
Probably in federal court.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, we should send you a copy of our lawsuit and you can look it over, and we should look it over and see how it could be modified it's a federal lawsuit for racketeering and deprivation of rights under color of law, because that's actually what they're doing, is using the color of law, the fact that they have badges and guns, they're using it to enforce basically fictitious laws that aren't real.
Is there a licensed lottery in New Jersey?
How do they establish? Why don't you put your shirt on and you can come talk?
Yes, ma'am.
How do they give out licenses to deal weed in New Jersey?
How does that work in New Jersey? Let's see, Jelani, do you know the answer to that? How do they give out the licenses in New Jersey? I think if you're rich and you're white, and what's here? You tell them. Where's the grab the mic? New Jersey is a very strange state.
Here, you'll be able to be in the picture.
Yeah, hello. My name is Jelani Gibson, and I'm a politics and cannabis reporter for NJ.com. So basically, what the state decided to do is they set up a lot of priority groups. Those priority groups were broken down alongside minority business certifications and social equity, provisions. One of the largest barriers to entry that has been identified has been the municipal approval process. While the Cannabis Regulatory Commission, which is the state agency, while they have to prioritize the social equity applicants and the diversely owned applicants, the municipalities are under no obligation to prioritize those people. And you can't get your state license without getting approved by your municipality. And so the municipalities are under no obligation to prioritize the very same things that the state agency has to. They can come up with their own processes. They can come up with their own selection criteria. They can be as transparent or non-transparent about it as they want. They can come up with their own scoring mechanisms. A lot of people have accused the municipalities of having the fix in before they already choose the applicants. There's been a lot of lawsuits of insider dealing, room dealing, and even some members of the Democratic Party themselves also having financial in that. That's my explanation right there.
So I'm going to make a suggestion.
And just in a dab. Hold on. It's Cannabis Patient Awareness Day. You're allowed to do dabs.
Okay.
It's for patients. It's for oil. Upside down is 710, and it's for patients.
So here's my suggestion. Everybody either knows, is learning, or is deliberately not knowing, but you could tell those ones by now. This has been one of our jobs, that the Catholic Church, every single Catholic church in valid apostolic succession, uses cannabis. It's essential element in the sacraments. There's hash dissolved into the chrism oil. They put it on babies at their christening. They put it on teenagers at their confirmation. It's in the paten. It gets smeared on the paten. The host soaks it up. So basically, every single Catholic mass, they are manufacturing and distributing a controlled substance. And the state, at least Rhode Island, everybody's Catholic. When you show them, and you show them the art, you show them the writings, they're like, oh yeah. Okay, now, given that religion is the one right, we don't even have a right to life in this country because, as Scalia pointed out in Race in one of his comments, if you can take the right to life away from a baby, don't ask me to give it to a cancer patient, right? But we do have the right to religion. Now we, the Healing Church, are one of the oldest Christian communities of valid apostolic succession. Our job is to grow the cannabis that the church uses for its balsam, for its sacraments, same. So that's what we've been working on here. Now, in America, the First Amendment, there's been a lot about the Establishment Clause because the state cannot restrict your practices. They also cannot favor one church over another. So, for example, the Church of Reason that Steve, what was it?
Dr. Bob Melamede.
Yeah, Dr. Bob Melamede started the Church of Reason and had a whole cosmology that involved having to grow cannabis plants as part of his religion.
The purpose of it was so that a doctor could testify what he believed about cannabis against the normal rule that doctors can't say anything good about cannabis in court. He had this Church of Reason, so he could say he believed it. It was this religious belief that cannabis could cure cancer, for instance, or Parkinsonism.
Right. Now, our LUIPA is a set of laws, religious land use and institutional person act. Our LUIPA says that they can't pass zoning laws against a church or a community. So like if a community of brothers or sisters wanted to form a little place where they grow cannabis to be used for the sacrament of anointing of the sick, or whatever their interpretation of scripture, I only come from the Judeo-Catholic background. The state actually can't stop you. They might try. You might have to know what to say. My book says when you're dragged to court, don't worry, God will give you the words. It's been working for us. But like the only thing I can suggest is that if you want to help people be able to have their own plants and have their own grow, help them organize into like faith-based communities where they can assert these laws that were put into place to protect religions. And when you do that, it kind of like shines a light on the prohibitionists. They used to claim the moral high ground and call weed the devil's lettuce, but oh, guess what? It's God's gummy. It's not the devil's lettuce. And
God's
they're
gummies.
lying to us. God's gummy, yeah, sticky. They've been lying to us all the time. And when people remember that, it's like a light goes on and they lose their will to attack, even the police. So maybe
We can't recommend that somebody in New Jersey go put themselves on the chopping block, but we can sue from here the second we get free with some of this stuff that we're starting to win in Rhode Island here.
yeah, we would need somebody that had standing in New Jersey.
We
though.
have standing in New Jersey.
How do we have standing in New Jersey?
We received reports of the plight of the patients, and it's our duty to not see them suffering like this. We have standing as a church. That's what we do.
Okay, well, maybe. They have rules to try and make it so that it has to be just you. You can't sue on behalf of the church if you're not a member of the bar. I know.
We're clergy.
Okay. Okay, the dog says no. Anyway, that's my suggestion is that like right now, like we have 2 dates, July 17th. A judge is going to rule on, as I said, a person who had a conviction from 2008 where he was bullied into taking a plea bargain. And then, torture, they torture you with that for years, probation, P-tests, everything. And then he's asking that for post-conviction relief based on the fact that if you read the actual law, it never banned the substance A, and also that also the descheduling issue. And the other thing is that even that word, I heard somebody when I was waiting to come on use what I call the deplorable. Daisy, be quiet.
She doesn't like the M word.
Yeah, the deplorable neener word, the M word that some people use for cannabis. We very strongly disrecommend the use of that word, specifically because there have been findings of fact by 2 state legislatures that word is prejudicial. It came from prejudicial beliefs, and it creates prejudice and bias in the people who hear it. Now, if you're on trial and the court or the state uses language which is prejudicial without being probative of everything, Rule 403 of evidence says that anything that's tainted like that has to get thrown out. So they can't even actually bring a charge that has that M word in it if you raise the point timely, like with the motion to eliminate restricting the use of that language. We have some of these published, and it's like the ultimate gunk upper in their machinery.
But it's as if they charged you with Jew weed or something like that. Then they can't do that, and that word is pejorative, that M word. Even if it's not to you, it is to some people, and there's 14 people on a jury.
Right.
And you can't have a fair trial with pejorative language, or let me say,
Especially
language that's more pejorative than probative of anything. The law of every state says you don't have to call it the M word in a charge. You can call it by any name by which it is known.
Right, but
Federal law too.
for some reason, the prohibitionists got so attached to that M word. When you try to challenge their use of it, they will fight you.
They go nuts.
They go nuts. It's like they think it's their shiny toy that they thought they used to have a remote control box, and that push the button was that word, and people would go nuts. Fear and loathing, attack people. It was really kind of casting a spell. But it's now they're like with the button, and if you give your little brother the remote and you disconnect it so he can just sit next to you, push the button. They're like that with it. No, it doesn't work anymore. And you can raise that in court if you're charged with a cannabis crime. The first thing you do is you say, don't say that word. That's a racially offensive and religiously offensive word. There's been lots published about it. 2 state legislatures, Washington State and Hawaii, passed findings of fact that the word was more pejorative than probative. Therefore, if they try to charge you with a crime that has that word in it, you win. They can't. It works. So you have to, it's, people that are healthy, maybe we've been doing it here, and we can work with you and show you how to do it. But that's the way to stand up, using their tools to build shields against their attacks.
Amen.
Right? Yeah.
Amen.
That's all I have to say. If anyone has any questions, otherwise we should blow the shofar. And
Yeah, please, let's end with that and a prayer, a quick prayer, or a long prayer.
let God arise and let Jah's enemies be scattered. Let those who hate Jah flee from before his holy face. As wax melteth, let them melt away. As smoke vanishes, let the evil ones vanish before the great and beautiful face of our God. Amen.
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 God wins. Okay, now I gotta go put all my eggs in my freeze dryer. If anybody out there wants freeze dried eggs, they last 25 years. Freeze dried cooked eggs, raw eggs. I also have strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, yogurt dots, mashed potatoes, and chicken breast. Send me a private message because it's just very good to have food enough on hand for like maybe 10 days of darkness. I'm just saying. Okay, you can talk to them. I got work to do. Love you all.
So just God bless everybody. Thanks for having us on, and God bless you in your work, your continued advocacy for the patients. That's what's really most important. And bye.
Bye, guys. Put the last first. Thank you, Ann Armstrong, Alan Gordon from the Healing Church in Rhode Island. You guys are the best.
Great to hear from you.
It's great. Yeah, it's great to hear.
Great
from
to
you.
hear your voice.
Thank you. God bless.
God bless.
You can hang out with us if you want, but I know you probably have things to do because we're back on to California again, where you guys are just like I don't know. Is it?
Well, we do have a patient issue that's they're working on right now.
What is that?
It's and don't kill me if I get the numbers wrong. I believe it's AB 2555, and that's reinstituting or redeveloping the Cannabis Compassionate Act, where they can give cannabis to sick people. Like people could apply for it, and dispensaries would be able to give it away, and I assume tax free.
Give it away?
Yeah, I you know how I am not super in tune in exactly what the law and the bill says, but I know they're working on it, and I know they used to be able to, like, you could apply to a dispensary and they would have compassion programs, and I'm pretty sure those got wiped out with the adult use in 2018. So I think it's been a fight ever since then, and there appears to be a bill, AB 2555, in California to reinstitute some version of that at least.
So you had it for a while, and they took it away.
Yeah, pre-adult use, when it was just the medical program, there was a compassionate gift system, and as far as I know, it was taken. It was lost when the adult use went in 2018.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's kind of disturbing that patients always get forgotten about.
But yeah, it appears. Hopefully, it'll come back. If they can have cannabis cafes, they should at least be able to give the sick patients some medicine too.
I mean, we can gift an ounce in New Jersey, but that's different.
Between medical patients or between adults?
No, medical patients cannot share. That's the thing. Medical patients cannot share, but adult use, you can give away an ounce. I believe that's the law. Jelani, am I correct with that? Medical patients cannot share, but recreational people can. Yeah, because medical patients are not allowed to share their medicine. It's in our thing. It's in our bylaws or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, that would be a pretty hard thing to put on surveillance.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Did that joint come from 3 different bags or 2?
Yeah, where'd that come from?
Yeah, that would be a pretty hard thing to put under surveillance to try to find out the provenance of who's giving which weed to someone once it goes into your hands as a private individual.
Here's the deal: you don't have to show them your medical card or tell them you're a medical patient under HIPAA. So you could just say, "Hey, no, I'm a recreational person. I'm giving an ounce away."
You got to pretend to be.
You got to pretend.
But apparently, you might have to do that under this new ordinance that Trenton's talking about tomorrow.
With the smoking in public?
Yeah,
you'd have. Yeah, you know what? You'd have to give up your HIPAA rights in Trenton. That's true. Your HIPAA rights are getting, because you have to show them your card now.
Oh, to prove that you're allowed to be using it outdoors like that. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it's part of it.
They want to continue to arrest people in Trenton.
Want to smoke your medicine where people smoke tobacco? Wave your fourth.
Well, it's not it's a fine, right? They're going to fine people for that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's still a conviction.
Yeah. So they want to keep drug war 2.0 here in Trenton.
It's not what I always usually ask about those things is what happens to the people who cannot pay them, and so those are the type of questions that I would usually ask as a reporter. What happens to the people who can't pay the $250 fine, or the $500 fine, or the $1,000 fine? Because usually what happens is people end up in jail, or civil, or some aspect that is very similar to civil asset forfeiture.
Well, yeah, they're already like fighting through life with their medicine, and then now they got to take a fine because of something stupid. I don't get it. Why so petty?
Well, people can't afford cards either.
Just let them grow.
Some people can't afford to.
Yeah, that's
be
real.
Patient.
When I first got my card, it was expensive and took forever. And there was what, two dispensaries? 3? I think there was 3. It was prohibitive.
And I just don't see people in the hood going to dispensaries. My buddies go to the black market. They've always been to black market. They haven't changed. All the friends that I know, no, they ain't going. And I don't go to either. I get. See, what's funny is I will smoke high end weed. I don't care. There's still regs out there. There's still $600 pounds out there.
That should everybody sharing their 4-ounce plant that they harvested.
Well,
and everybody could different flavors, different medicinal effects, and they could all just share. And
I want high end for $6.50 a pound. High end. I don't want regs.
And how much money are they taking from the dispensaries if the medical patients can share their medicine?
Man. So yeah, you can grow 2 plants and grow enough weed if you do it every 2 months. Now, auto flowering, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I hear different things about it.
I mean, I don't think it's terrible, but it's, you know.
It's not terrible. Okay, so explain to me why auto flower is not as good as regular.
Well, it's got, no matter what, if it's an autoflower, it's got a ruderalis genetic in it, which kind of automatically makes it a little smaller and a little less potent. But I've seen autoflowers that are very medicinal. They're not 35% THC, but can still be a very nicely medicinal 12% THC. And, you know, when you grow your own and it's free, it's not an awful thing. You know, I know people will throw like 1 or 2 out just to see what it is, you know. If you can grow regular and have regular, you know, regular not feminized, but regular seeds, and you can do yourself without the autoflower and the timing, it's worth, you know, I would do it. I would not grow the autoflower if you don't have to, but it certainly is nice for something that's quick or someone that doesn't quite know what they're doing and they need the free medicine. It's medicine still, nonetheless. There are some better and better and better autoflowers out there.
So a lot of police here today. There's a state trooper convention apparently inside here.
Is that what it was?
I've never seen so many. They're all inside, and they'll be coming out at some point.
Yeah, I've seen there's quite more than the last time I was here.
Yeah. They're wearing the khaki pants and the shirt, the same shirt.
Wonder if that's open to the public.
Yeah, you can find out. Find out for us.
It's a public day. You should just have to sign in, right?
Am I getting texted here?
Hey, blink, bleep, bleep. They've been friendly. I said hello and thank you and to a couple as I wandered my highway. I had to go take a look at the Victory statue over there. Check out the fountain in the annex.
Yeah, I haven't been over there in a while.
Yeah, I always liked it. Now it's the fountain when the fountain's going. But although you're tucked away from the road and it's not shade.
This is the best spot ever.
Well, you have the public here and you have the shade, so it's certainly worth it.
Politicians walk by still. They still hear us. They still see us. Gym signs are visible to all.
To more people.
To more people.
Yeah. Well, and it's like it to be seen or to be next to the fountain. You know, I like the fountain, but this is definitely better. Well, I like the stairs down here. When we were on the stairs down here, it was better.
I'm hoping for that, but it doesn't look like it.
I think they decided to do the reconstruction just to get you off the stairs.
Yeah.
They were like, get Lefty off the front porch.
They said they're passing that ordinance because of us.
There was probably a meeting. You could FOIA request. How do we get Lefty off the front porch?
How do we stop these potheads smoking pot in the streets every Thursday?
Move them down to the annex.
The thing is, it doesn't affect patients. But it does affect patients because now we have to carry our cards and be able to jump through the hoops that they make us jump through. And if we forget our card, guess what? We got to go through the system. And if I'm too sick or if I have cancer and I can't make it to court, then there's a bench warrant out for me. And it's just a cycle of ignorance and stigma. I'm sick of it.
Gross.
It's here. You know what? Here.
Brother, brother. What's that? What's that, brother?
Gross. That's New Jersey politics for you. I don't get it. We were just banging our head against the wall with the homegrown lately. We've had a lot of successes out here, and this homegrown thing has just been...
It generally makes me sad that it's still, like, this is still going.
Still going.
I mean, it was supposed to be there in 2010.
It was there in 2010. They took it out.
I thought it was inevitable in like 2015, 2016, but that's what you get.
We don't have enough MSOs advocating for it. We don't have enough dispensaries advocating for it.
Well, I just can't believe that they think that they're going to lose money. Like, everybody in California can grow 6 plants and there's $1 billion industry.
You got lobbyists. You have lobbyists that are lobbying against freedom. Bye, Rob. Thank you. Speaking of freedom, the Freedom Fest, Harvest Freedom Fair, Harvest Fest, and Freedom Fair. That's right. This year, October, coming to you in October. Yes, sir. As soon as those plants are ready, get those plants ready, boys and girls. Yeah. I don't have any plants this year.
I don't right now either. I've been traveling back and forth. So much.
No plants. Hey, want to do a dab?
No, I will never get out of here.
I got an edible sitting here, and it's going to sit there because I'm not taking it. I'm taking it later. I have to function.
I'm driving a rental car, and I'm in Trenton, far from home, so I'm not taking a dab.
Oh, you got a rental. Nice.
Yeah, I had to take the hour joyride up the turnpike.
Oh, you came up from the South Jersey. Oh, man.
It was a nice ride. I always used to enjoy it. Thursday mornings, it was always pleasant. What did you do for part of your recovery? I drove to Trenton and annoyed Lefty. Oh God.
Here we go.
So yeah, we need to fight for the 2555 in California to make sure that the dispensaries can give their medicine to the people that really need it, because there are people that really need it in California. And there's lots of extra weed. You know, they have to, and I don't quote me on this, but I'm quite certain that the rules for the California dispensaries is like they have to have an expiration date. Like this eighth of weed is expired by December, whatever. And then when that date passes, the dispensaries have to destroy all of that medicine on camera. And they could be giving that away to sick people that really need it. And that don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure that's the real rule though. And yeah. I've been told that from many dispensary people that they got to destroy this.
Sorry, we have to throw this weed away.
Because it's 3 months old.
Can I just take it home? Well, I'm going to talk to Mad Hatter about that, because Mad Hatter is going to be the same situation. They're going to, I'll take the expired weed home, but I'm not allowed to. I don't.
Cannabis doesn't expire. It just doesn't. It loses bag appeal over time.
Yeah. After 6 weeks, you lose. Like the reason why you moved out to the West Coast was because of your headaches and because you wanted to be able to juice live cannabis for your headaches, their migraines.
Well, yeah, because I like to take raw THCA, like juice it or fresh flower, so you don't get high from it necessarily, but you're getting a lot of different organic and raw ingredients, and it's expensive if you're just eating your butt all day.
But it's got to be fresh, though.
Well, yeah, the fresher the better, absolutely.
Yeah, you don't want to wait 6 weeks to juice it.
No, but I went to California because the weather suits my health. And I can grow 6 plants unmolested. And I actually have I renew it now and then, but I have a medical record or medical script there.
Okay.
That's for in the actual writing, it says as many plants as medically necessary.
Really?
Yeah. Which it's not active right now. I'm not even growing a single plant at the moment because I've been traveling, but that's when you get the medical card, you can get as many plants as medically necessary. But every adult in California can grow 6 plants with a total of 12 at a residence. So if there's more than one adult per house, you can do up to 12. And, you know, most people do 7 pretty big ones, not monsters, and they got weed all year, you know. And most of those home growers, they don't go to the dispensary that often unless they are going to a concert and need something quick, or they need a different flavor. But that doesn't affect the recreation or the adult use market at all whatsoever. They're still making a ton of money. You know, just because people can grow doesn't mean everybody will. The people that really need to and really want to will.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. We're still fighting for home grow here in New Jersey.
Still fighting.
Patients, for sick people with cancer, people with MS. We just want to grow it for ourselves, and they're worried about the $1 billion they're going to make this year, and not the.
They're going to make it anyway.
You know, the dispensaries don't even have wheelchair access in New Jersey. How you have a dispensary without wheelchair accessibility? How is that possible? I thought it was for sick people. I thought these were for patients, but they built this industry on the backs of patients. But now what? What about wheelchair access? That's not too much to ask for? Nope, too much to ask for.
Patients always getting kicked.
Too much to ask for.
Hit them with a stick. Hit them when they're down.
I hope the CRC can hear what our pleas are, because we're asking them. There's a flow of ableism to all these dispensaries, and the CRC can stop the flow of ableism with the stroke of a pen. Very simple. Or hit the button. Whatever you get, hit the button. Whatever you got to do, hit the button. Stroke the pen. Hit that box. Check it off. But yeah, every dispensary should have wheelchair accessibility. They wouldn't even have dispensaries if it wasn't for disabled vets fighting for their rights to have dispensaries. But they're not allowed in. Some of these places are. My friend just took a picture in Atlantic City. There's one in Atlantic City with steps. I'm like, brand new too. Steps. I don't know the name of it. Yeah, didn't you know the name?
Hey, I don't know the name, but you're going to be disappointed because they don't let you see or smell it when you get in there anyway. So
some place does. I forget what place does, but they have those jars where you can look at the magnifying glass and you can open it and smell it.
Yeah, but you get no smell from them. I've experienced them in other states, and you get no smell from them because all day long people are shaking that jar.
And they're not throwing a fresh one in there every 3 hours. Yeah, that costs money.
Yeah.
It's better than nothing, though, I guess. You have to look at something.
Oh, you guys are always going to complain about something, aren't you?
I always love your video. You're like, I got a bag of hay.
I can't wait
It's
until
in the
they have
bag,
access and you get to roll in there and go, oh man, I get the same experience as if I was in my car.
Brother,
awful.
We set up a car show out west a couple weeks ago, and they had to put up some 10x10 pop-up tents like these for like where the ticket takers were going to meet the people as they came in. And there was one disabled parking spot, and she started bringing the tent over. And a friend of mine, who you don't know him, but he knows who you are, said, no, we got to make sure we leave this. This is the one handicap parking spot. We got to leave.
Go right for it. It's like they go right for it. Though.
And he says, but yeah, they were like, here's the tent right
There's
here.
our spot. No, we can't.
And we're like, no, you got to leave the one because it's only one spot. And my friend, who's a South Jersey guy, but he lives in California now, goes, yeah, we don't want lefty on us.
Oh man. But why? Why do they always they plow the snow in those spots?
Yeah,
they put their big the containers, the big shipping containers I've seen in those spots.
No, but yeah,
I don't get it.
It was made sure to be left open though. We were on it.
Thank you.
No problem.
That's
he literally said he's like lefty, you'll get us.
Creating a lot of awareness everywhere.
That's true.
Yeah, and I got the guy who threw the water bottle at me. I got his license plate, and we're gonna go to court now. Because why would you screw at a guy who has nothing better to do in his life than go in a circle in an intersection fighting for a traffic light
with a camera,
with cameras all over the place on you? So he threw his water bottle at me twice, almost ran me over once.
What kind of person throws a water bottle at somebody in a wheelchair?
First of all, we're a protected class. That could be a civil rights violation involved in that. I don't even know, but we're gonna find out together because I'm a little. I got time and energy for this.
Well,
guy.
if he yelled anything at you, it's probably a hate crime.
I mean, lefty, you are knuckles. You're out of control, and I love every minute of it. Lefty shock jock.
I've been assaulted like 6 times.
It's definitely a hate crime. Like I said,
that woman came out of that one
somebody
building
in a
and karate
wheelchair
chopped you.
You've got to have hate in your heart.
She karate chopped me.
But whatever, you're always peaceful and you're effective. So
it works. I got those ramps. One way or another, I'm going to get that ramp. But I try a nicer approach. I try to donate ramps now. And
no, you're doing good, I think.
I try to be nice. But getting that light at the intersection, that's been a pain. Ooh. Some people love it, and some people hate it.
You got one light, though, right?
Yeah, we got the one.
Yeah, I thought so.
But in my ignorance, I didn't get the talking traffic light.
Well.
So now I know better. And now you're all going to know better.
You got to ask for the AI robot that walks someone across.
Oh, dude!
And then you'll get down. They'll negotiate down.
Yes, negotiate down from the robot, the AI robot, that traffic robot.
It was like, oh, lefty's never going to give this up now. We just give him his light.
I got nothing better to do. The cop was very helpful.
You could apply for a grant from Elon for a traffic robot.
We're gonna.
I recommend.
I need to learn how to do grant writing. I have to learn this stuff. I didn't know I was going to be learning this, but I went.
Dear Elon, we need a traffic robot.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, they really want home grow.
I might even make a shirt. No more lefty Frogger. No more No more Lefty
Oh.
Frog or Elon. We need an AI robot traffic.
Playing in traffic. I enjoy it.
No, it can't be a traffic cop. It's got to just be a yellow. Hold your hand.
I really, it's my zen. Going around in a circle like NASCAR, it's like a zen thing. Look at that. I hope you can see this on camera. Probably not. Great hug, though. try to catch that hug on camera, but whatever. Do it again. Do it again to the left. To my left. Stage left. Let me direct you guys. I can kind of see you. I see you. I see you over there. We got the speaker so far away that everyone can hear us down the street. It's great. I love it.
That was the one nice part down there by the fountains that echoed in the hall.
Oh, it was so loud down there. It was great. Yes. So Paul Stanford from Oregon is next. I sent him the link. Hopefully he'll be joining us soon. They're setting up at the State House, I believe. And then Bill Hawkins from Nebraska will be at his State House,
Nice.
which is exciting because he puts weed out there and it's illegal. Weed's illegal in Nebraska. He's flossing weed. I'm like, oh, okay.
I would assume Nebraska, it is very, very illegal still.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Love you guys. God bless you guys. That's Rob Robinson. Yes. Harvest Fest, New York Harvest Fest and Freedom Fair. I've been to that a few times and it's been amazing. I put the steak in. And you want another steak? It's a little bent, but
I got it.
That's what she said.
You want me to do it? You want me to do it? Oh. I'm like, let me get off the microphone. I'm going away.
Yeah, so we want to talk about Oregon. Oregon's another state that's going to laugh at us in New Jersey. And they're like, we can grow weed. We got all. I know.
Can't laugh. You got to.
No, they're not laughing.
Feel the pain.
They feel our pain. They feel our pain. But man, they got it made over there. And sometimes I see the weed from Oregon, and it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
It generally is.
Yeah, they know what they're doing, and I believe it's the caregivers that are. When you have a caregiver system like Maine has and other states with caregivers, that's a big. The quality is just so much better when it starts with care.
Well, yeah, because it's someone that's just got a nice, beautiful system that they've had time to develop, and it's going to patients that really need it, and it becomes a little community.
Yeah.
That's that love goes into the medicine.
Yeah, you got to put the love in. Like when you cook, when you put love into your cooking, it's the same thing as when you put love into making your own medicine.
That's true.
You know, when you're gardening, you want to grow, you've got a green thumb. Uh-oh.
California.
Oh. Hold on. Hello, you're on the air.
You're on the air.
Oh, hey. How are you?
What's up, Rob? Rob, this is Rob from Mad Hatter Dispensary. We're going to be going up there in a couple of hours. What's up, Rob?
Hey. No, we're looking forward to it. When you get 5 minutes, give me a holler back.
Yes, sir. You got it, brother.
Thank you.
You're right. We're gonna leave. We're gonna leave here around 2:22 and head up to the Mad Hatter and be set up by 4:20. It's a really cool studio up there. I'm really excited. Nice dispensary.
Well, it's nice you get the double feature on 710. It's not just the State House.
Yeah, and we'll have more guests this afternoon. We have Paul Stanford's coming up soon, and then we got hold on. I got my list here. Here we go. So tonight, Paul Stanford starts off in Oregon tonight too. Lance Scott from Texas, Bill Hawkins in Nebraska, Lee Thompson from Kentucky, Dawson Julia from Maine, Waxy Brown from Missouri, and we got Pearson Crosby from Alaska, and maybe a couple more. They're gonna straggle on in after on stoner time.
Straggler.
Some people are on stoner time. I'm not gonna fault you for that, but we'll be there till like 9:30, just chilling out.
Where is the Mad Hatter?
845 Route 1 Avenel. 845 Route 1 Avenel.
The Mad Hatter.
Mad Hatter. It's an exclusive party. We will open the door for you. They're not open but they're going to have a little event tonight.
710 activism.
Little 710 event in the studio. We cannot smoke in the dispensary, so I can bring my phone outside and smoke outside, which is kind of cool. So the podcast will continue outside.
Well, you take a little smoke break and then
Smoke
do
break.
But you can actually travel cam it.
With the travel cam.
You're so fancy.
We're going to use technology to our advantage for once.
Very nice.
It's funny. We've been doing podcasts from here forever. I don't see too many people still doing podcasts from their state house. Not really. I mean, we made Paul Stanford do one, and we made Bill Hawkins from Nebraska do one.
I actually had the permit pulled last year and was in the hospital with my.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Do you want to talk about what's going on with you?
No.
No. Okay.
Pain.
I'm sorry.
I'm good though. I mean,
I'm glad you're doing better.
Don't let me be hyperbolic, but it hurts.
I have horrible neuropathy. My neck pain has been ridiculous.
Well, in the grand scheme, it's not as bad as it once was, but it's worse than it's been.
Really? How are your migraines?
Really good. I mean, they still exist, but it took me a long time to learn chess, but now I know how to play against the migraine. That doesn't mean I don't win that doesn't mean I win every game, but most of the time the migraines are in check. I still get knocked around once in a while.
There's a drug that my wife takes for her migraines. Let me find it real quick. I just found out
something new.
It works for her. She has horrible migraines.
That's the thing, is about what you're willing to try and what ends up working.
I
like the raw cannabis, little bit of FICO here and there, and California weather. That seems to be probably one of the most important parts.
I'll find it.
Yeah, the migraines are sometimes some people get them far worse than I do, but I had them for years and years. But I don't know, maybe like 2 a month these days. 3. Depends on the weather a lot. But I can I'm down with that.
Rizatriptan.
Oh yeah, this is Max Salt. I've been taking it for years.
Magnesium glycinate.
I do there's more. Sorry.
CoQ10 and vitamin D and B6.
No, yeah, that's a good mix. That's accurate. I most of the time, if I have a migraine coming on, I take the Rizatriptan, which is Max Salt. I have these they're like styrofoam melt-away tabs, or just regular capsules, and then like a half a glass of coffee, just like a half a glass of black coffee.
Really?
And
the caffeine?
Yeah, the caffeine kind of, I don't know if it really does or not, but for me it does. It gives that little push to the medicine, and like most of the time that will break it.
Does Coca-Cola have caffeine in it? Sometimes, right?
It does, but it has sugar, so don't do it.
Yeah,
I guess if you have no other choice, and the caffeine does help a little bit. Because most, like if you see like a IB or whatever Advil migraine, all they do is add a little caffeine.
Okay.
So it's you don't want to say usually if a migraine's really bad, I just want to go to bed, and usually when I wake up it'll be gone. But that little bit of caffeine actually helps.
Yeah, no sugar. Less sugar, the better.
Yeah, exactly. I try to avoid sugar, but it's almost impossible in this world. But that's black coffee, pure, fresh organic green tea.
Black coffee, I like.
Oh yeah, I don't mind it.
I find putting massive amounts of citrus, whether it be lemon or lime, into seltzer, 16-ounce seltzer. So when I was pretty much, I guess, addicted to soda, I just drank it a lot. I never thought of it as that, but I noticed it when I looked at how many grams of sugar were in 20 ounces. And then I estimated as best I could that amount of sugar, and then I estimated with sugar. And the sugar I was getting per week from soda was a frightening amount.
Oh no, it really is. It's like
it was
devastating.
Piles. Yeah, devastating to think of it like that. But seltzer water has the bubble. I like that. But especially with lime, if it's got a lot in it, it's sort of like a lightly sour, lemon lime or lime lemon.
Well, and you're getting a little citric acid, vitamin C.
Yeah, but it also
probably a little
seems,
tiny bit of sweet.
And a little bit of that seems to like cleanse your palate and your throat a little bit, as like a cleansing effect. The way it messes with your enamel on your teeth if you actually. Because I used to like to eat lemons and limes when I was a kid. I just love the way they taste. So I do that, and It's nothing but water otherwise.
Just water.
Yeah. A lot of that.
It's certainly
today.
better than Coca-Cola or something like that.
Oh God, yeah.
I know people drink it all day.
Yeah.
I like green tea. I make fresh organic, like tea bag green tea, and then put it in the fridge and let it be cold.
Yeah.
That's what I try to drink daily. That's I got the stole water from you, Lefty.
You put honey in it?
No, I don't.
Nothing.
No, just straight.
Really?
I mean, once a year I might have some fancy honey and I'll do it. But like the normal day to day is just straight green tea. I started doing that when I was on the opiates. One doctor told me that a lot of green tea, not tons, but green tea regularly like that would help the constipation from opiates, and it seemed to.
Yeah, you can't undersell the effects of constipation. Yeah, it's my day starts out good. My whole day goes pretty good. So it's all about that morning beginning. And I'm like, creature of habit. I eat some nuts in the evening, a certain amount. I don't know why. It's good luck for the morning, And
what was that really? The nuke.
And then no, seriously, the best advice I ever got was do a plank or two. And there's something about just on the elbows, keeping the back straight, and the longer I do it, and that pushes some gas out. And yes, you're better. But that's like, that can be devastating to a person that like in Cheryl's case, and I guess there are just certain things you don't talk about when it comes to health. Shouldn't be that way. Anyway, not today.
Dead air.
Not today. Today we talk about the patients.
Yeah, you got it's making the patients have a better life every day. That's what it's all about.
And in effect, letting them know that there's somebody standing up for them. So you get that. You get their respect for that, for standing up for those that you don't know. And then basically, it's been in your DNA since I've known you. Basically, it's like the people that are more in control of the situation act like bullies, They bully you not by their power to squash you, it's by their power to just ignore you like you're not real, like you don't exist, like you don't matter. And
is that a bully tactic?
Hey, listen, that's devastating to some people.
Yeah, they tried. They tried canceling us out here, and you name it.
Yeah. No, it's
still here.
Well, that's the repetition that does it.
Yeah, and plus, it's like this is all while their world is slipping away, not ours. Their world of where they could stand behind. Well, it's never been tested, or well, it's the law. What can I do? Well, I don't make the laws. You don't. Well, actually, they don't get to say that. They do make the laws, so we pick on them, and then you pick on the ignorance part. With the ignorance is no excuse in the beginning. A lot of people don't know that now. That when it became legal for patients, police didn't know where it was legal and where it wasn't, and
why
the state stood behind. Well, the state attorney general sent out a memo to all 66 municipalities. And I'm like, yeah, some of it's like in the bottom of a cat litter box or something. You sent out a memo. You need to give them a pop quiz. Not us. So
they forced Lefty to deliver Kuma to all the police stations.
But the first one I went to was back almost when you were filming Surreptitious.
Oh, yeah. South River. It was at South River. I just had the camera hanging. I had a regular.
But he was like, "Nah, you have the right to do that. I can't stop you. I don't like you." He had a, and oh, okay. But the thing is that it was walking in. Hi, I'm Edward Grimes. I'm a registered New Jersey medical cannabis patient. I have my state issued medicine.
Here's my weed.
Here's my weed.
Here's my card.
My card. Where is the I'm in pain now.
Yeah, where do I go?
Where is the nearest place to here when I leave there that I can do this, that you will not arrest me?
And they would get on the phone for like 20 minutes.
Yep.
literally half hour sometime.
It was a county prosecutor.
They would have to call the prosecutors.
Yeah, they'd call you.
What do we do with this? What's this going on here? Is this guy nuts or what?
Yeah, and this is the same law enforcement that all the time is, hey, listen, ignorance is no excuse for the law. I didn't know the speed limit went down. Ignorance is no excuse. So he's got the eye on Etor and they're right back at you.
That's right. It was brilliant.
Are you
It is
feeling
brilliant.
mad?
Yeah. Well, they needed to know because we do have a good law for patients, and it seems almost unbelievable to them at times.
Yeah, that's what pissed me off because I spent $1,600 on my card. I waited a year. I had $400 a visit, 4 visits, $1,600 it cost me to get my card, waiting a year, and then the cop in Keensburg told me he would arrest me if I pulled it out. The weed.
Don't
The weed.
pull it out, Lefty.
And I'm like,
not
Wait
the
a
Cleveland Little.
wait a minute.
You know, yeah.
And I was like amazed that Keensburg cops were going to arrest me. I'm like, okay. So we didn't.
You're like, I went through all of this. I finally am good. And they're like, no, we're going to
No,
arrest you.
I'm like, no, this is no. So that's what propelled me to do this because I was like, no, it's not right. I was mad.
I was proud to see you do the Atlantic City tour where you went to a few casinos. That was good.
That was fun.
That was
Yeah, I saw some of
interesting.
That was a fun one.
That was good.
We did the bridge.
The bridge.
We did the Ben Franklin Bridge.
Ben Franklin Bridge.
And the one police officer, we went and asked at the bridge, and the police officer's like, no, he's like, if you guys laid up out there, I'm gonna have to arrest you. And I was like, I'll take the ticket, just don't tackle me. Like, I'll take the ticket. And then sure enough, like they made a phone call, whatever, and like whatever, his boss came down and was like, let him go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're allowed halfway.
Yeah, went right to
Halfway.
going to Pennsylvania. And that's video. Lefty has a video where he's like measuring where the line is.
Yeah.
Like, hold on, legal, illegal.
Where's the
Legal,
border?
Illegal.
Yeah, the border's here, so don't bring the weed over here. Leave the weed over here.
That was a good one.
Here you go to jail, and over here, you step over here, you're good.
Like, where is the line? Is it the center of the bridge? Is it 2/3?
We got New York and New Jersey. Now you got step over the line, you get 5 years in jail. Over here, you're good.
Well, there are others like you. Michael Moore back in the day got banned from the 30 Rock or Ed Sullivan Theaters, you know, and he got banned from being within 500 feet. So he set up a little rope line thing there and hired somebody that looked like a guard standing in guard over him. And then that was back in the day when you could open windows, and Conan opened a window and waved at him. But his point was, at this point, but over here, you know.
1 foot that way, you're in trouble.
Well, dividing lines are impossible. That's why Senator Scutari can't have. Well, listen, I'll solve this whole homegrown thing by having a pilot program. We'll get very few people into it. I'll take only the sickest and the most hurt. Yeah, you can't do that because you can't get dividing lines on an easy subject. It's just, there's always what if, and
I was sending Scutari letters from California that said Jim Miller deserves homegrown.
I got people, you know, and at some point, I know it occurred to me, every now and then, just to have some fun, if you get people that are all going to call the same person his office, like say Nick Scutari as an example, and you all call within a 2-hour period, and it'll probably be nobody there to take your call, but you just call with whatever about this bill should be heard, let it pass, and who you are, and just do that. It's a phone call. It's fun. It's see what order you get in,
Well, it's simple. You be friendly and you say your piece and be done.
That's it.
And they need to just know that you're like, hey, come on, this is getting old. Like, we've been doing this forever.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's sort of like it doesn't take that much of your time, but if you get 4 dozen people together, it can take a person's couple hours away from somebody else where it's only a minute per person every now and then.
That's true.
So.
What do they say? The squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, all right, these guys won't stop calling us. We gotta get some homegrown going on.
There's a Bible verse about the persistent widow. You ever heard about that one? The parable?
I don't know.
It's about this widow.
I think I have.
She had no husband, no money. And back then, there was a traveling judge. The judge would travel his tent around. And so she would have to petition the judge. And the men would have to do it, to petition the judge for a court. And if you had no man, you had to have money. She had neither. So she'd follow this judge around wherever he went. And it's not easy to do. There was no internet back then. And she followed this judge wherever he went. And finally, she was so persistent that the judge is like, all right, just give this woman whatever she wants.
Make her go
Just
away.
make her go away. Give her whatever she wants. And that's you have to ask. Just ask. You have to keep asking. That's what
persistence
and
determination,
tenacity.
So you got to interpret that doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Don't expect different results.
No, you don't expect different results. You keep doing
that is the point, you know.
Well, and Lefty was doing the shock job
Being denied.
a little harder and harder, and then all of a sudden he got the wins, and it was like, all right, tone down the shock job.
Yeah.
We're actually doing work here.
I did.
A little.
Yeah. Well, it's.
I can remember some ridiculous days.
Yeah. Well, getting the door open is half of it, you know.
Oh yeah, that was kind of like knocking loud.
Yeah.
And then he was like, all right, we'll dial it down a little. We're in now. I was here with a megaphone the one time talking trash. Now it was down at this one.
Oh yeah.
Like that little tiny megaphone talking trash to Chris Christie. He wasn't there. But...
Yeah. But then we got them cones set out for him.
Cones were my favorite.
That was a proud moment and it lasted into 2 years.
The cones were my absolute favorite.
Yeah, that was awesome. You know, and what I liked is it started with 4 small ones, little 9-inchers, and then we got 4 big ones, and it looked better, and it just went down. And we got 4 opposite it, and that was awesome. But then that's when people wanted to donate cones.
Mm-hmm.
They would donate cones or the money, and I would buy the cones. So then the next one, it would be out farther. And then state police asked me, what did he say? He says, not how many cones is it going to get, how big is it, how big are the cones going to get? He used the wrong word. I'm like, not as big as they get, but you know, we're going to have way more next week, you know. And then
how many cones does it take to close a bridge?
Well, it took about 40. I think it was about 40 cones here to close off all but one lane of foot traffic. But then I did it to 38-inch in between the cones, so anybody could walk through, wheelchairs could glide on through. And then when the cop said something about, but like, you know, you can't block people or whatever, something like that. And I said, well, if you want to make that case, you shouldn't have just walked through the cones to tell me.
Foot traffic study.
Well, it made sense to him. He just walked over, and it's like, you walk through them, what do you think? People are going to stop there like it's an electrified cone system?
Yeah, don't touch.
But the one thing I will give, I'm no fan of Chris Christie, but I give him credit. He could have just easily got dropped off at a doorway from the back over to that side, which is right where the state police office was when it was over here. And he didn't do that. He walked through the cones each time, you know.
I actually have a little tiny respect for him that he still came, and not that he liked us by any means, but he was pleasant and polite, at least whenever I seen him stop and speak for a second. And he didn't ignore you, but he also couldn't run. He wasn't going to be seen as hiding from the cannabis people either.
No, it was.
I always liked that he came through.
Yeah, he did interact after a while, and then when his vanishing act was, he was going to give the state address, and then he was done. You know, he's no longer going to be governor a few days. He's pretty well done with things he has to do, and I thought he was going to come in through this door, and I was here at Joanne Zito and somebody else. I had a sign, "State of the State," and you know, and I don't know what my wise ass sign,
whatever it was, yeah.
And before I noticed it, a couple vehicles had stopped right up here, and he walked up what was a sidewalk right here, just behind that.
Oh yeah.
And I was over there, so I didn't see him until he was right at the corner, and I yelled out to him, "Governor Christie, one more time!" And he went, "Yeah, I love you, baby."
Did he really?
Yeah, you know, he said, and it's on video. I got the video of that.
I've actually seen him say something to the effect of, "I like those guys," or and something.
Well,
they're persistent. I forget exactly what it was.
But to have that video and the audio of, "I love you, baby," and then just as he got over here, it was just like Ralph Crammed and Jackie Gleason on The Honeymooners. He said, "See you later, pal." You know, and I was like, damn, no more Chris Christie to kick him around. Then I had to kick myself in the ass because he was going to the state. I can't get in there. Right. I could have said, "I'd love to see you say goodbye. What about it?" He would have probably said, "Come on."
That would be great.
What would he? Yeah, and I didn't. You know, you don't want to miss the opportunities when that's what you do. You know, all of a sudden the door opens, you don't even recognize it. You know.
Well, yeah, you gotta see it and then be fast enough to catch it.
Yeah. Well, I've always said it's like the simple things, and I'd be the guy giving them pop quizzes, a decade ago. It's like, what's the bill number? Because if you want to talk about a bill, you can hesitate a little, but you got to know the bill number.
I know. Yeah, I even prefaced mine today because I'm like, I think I don't want to get this wrong.
Yeah, no, exactly. I got a cheat sheet right over here somewhere, but there's several bills going on.
Look, you made me self-conscious. I got to look and make sure I got it right.
Well, it's the patient home grow bill, Senator Singleton's bill, S1393, and assembly version is A804. 864.
864.
Yeah, 804 was the one that had home grow yanked out of it in 2009.
Oh, and they're way back.
Yeah.
I still can't believe they're
similar numbers.
I can't believe it. What is it? What was it? 2010. This program started. So here you are, 14 years later. Supposed to have 6 plants from day one, and you're still fighting 14. And I can see they're like, let us get the system settled in. Before.
Yeah,
It's 14 years later.
Well, the medical system is well in place, and they don't get any slice of that pie. So it's not for financial reasons in that respect. It's for the fact that dealing with patients now means when you're done dealing with them, you're going to have to turn to adult consumers, or what about us now? And then, you can only say the program needs to be up and running. And, you need to define up and running.
Well, and
they brag about the amount of money coming into the treasury, though.
This might be heresy, but what if the patients offer a 1% tax on their dispensary meds in trade for homegrown? That way they still get that little boost, the little bit of cash that they're going to lose, and the patients can finally grow their own weed. I would never want to give up a tax by any means, but sometimes you got to negotiate, I guess.
I'd like to be able to negotiate overlappingly, meaning, okay, here's what we want right now, but here's what we want for the long run, and some of it goes hand in hand, which means it's incrementally, but it can't be incrementally, concurrently produced incrementally, not being, okay, now move on to what's next. Oh, yeah, we already got all that groundwork worked out, and
Well, an incremental has always been kind of the way that it has worked through, but you're 14 years later without home grow, so it's not doing it.
But to have Senate President be the one that wants to be looked at as, and I guess should be the one who got home grow legalization done, and yeah, he does like that, and that probably looks a good feather in his cap,
And all the more reason that the cannabis.
But what he used to say was, when he wanted to hurry it along, listen, we're talking about this bill. Like, listen, we don't want the perfection to be the enemy of a good bill. We don't want a good bill to get swiped off the shelf because we wanted to make it better, and then you end up with nothing. You have cleanup bills. That's what cleanup bills are. You get it done now, and you get a hold on where it's going. You have a cleanup bill, but you don't do it like the DEA, taking 2 years in between simple little steps. You got to be able to do it at a level that echoes the urgency of healthcare. This is a healthcare issue. So if you're gonna prioritize and do some sort of triage on issues you need to take care of, it's one that get worse with time. So if it's weeds growing, okay, take care of them eventually, but
I feel like the longer it takes, then they're like they're being rude to the patients.
Well, they don't see the patients' faces, they don't hear their voices. It's hard to overcome that, but in the era of Zoom meetings, at least it makes legislators look a little more chicken shit by not taking their time, because you can see a patient then,
Well, and they're more likely to have it filmed and people can get out into the world with the internet days.
Yeah.
So there is a little more pressure that way.
I think that's something one of the roots we might want to get back to is the patient, many statements by patients, and they can be in the most rudimentary form. You have enough discussions with patients. I think I should be wearing a GoPro the whole time, and I can say, oh, okay, I want you to sign away the last 90 seconds of what you said, make it public.
Put it out.
I'm telling you, I am awesome sometimes when there's nobody around. Poor Kathy has to hear me say it. Sometimes I look at her like because I want to work my shit out, But sometimes it overtakes me.
I never wanted to do the patient statements because I just didn't want to be anywhere in the public face. But then the littlest effort forward on that, and it made so much difference. So it really does.
We did make some public service announcements. That can happen. That can happen. Yes, why not? So what's Paul Sanford's scheduling coming up?
I'm not sure if he's coming on at 1 here or at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, because
the Mad Hatter
had them listed at both, so it's one or the other.
So I think it's the 3-hour difference might have been a little.
You get 1 or 4. Which code?
It's either 1 or 4, so it's probably going to be 4.
Well, it's going to be both. It's going to be 4.
It was going to be both.
It's going to be 4 here and 1 there.
I thought he was going to jump on at 1 and then continue until 4 or 5.
Don't we have somebody to call another state?
No, we're actually caught up.
Where's Chris Goldstein?
Want to call him?
Yeah, he tells what's going on in Pennsylvania and price-wise and stuff.
Pennsylvania update?
Give him a ring, man.
Okay.
He has a way of doing things that relieves us of any responsibility of adding to it. Ooh, I don't know. The other's pretty good. That quarter of a cookie is nice.
Is it banana bread? No, it's just pound cake. Oh, it's pound cake. Nice.
Yeah, I learned about edibles at one of Rob's festivals.
If you feel you've received this message in error, please hang up and try your call again later. Message FL1.
Did you put it in there?
I put an edible in there.
You did?
It's from this gentleman.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I don't want to drive home with it.
I understand.
I think that little bit of edible that you gave me, I gave to Lefty because I don't want to drive home with it.
I understand.
Ooh.
No, you're good. You're good. I live too paranoid in my nervous system.
But listen, the key is it's not weed, it's haven't smoked in 24 hours.
That's right.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey, Chris, it's Lefty, Jim, Tony, Jelani, Medman. Who else? Did I miss anybody? We're all here, and we're live. And we want to talk to you about Pennsylvania. We want to know what patients need in Pennsylvania. You have all the numbers. You have all the stats about how there's dispensaries in Pennsylvania selling weed, the same weed for way cheaper that their same company over the river is selling for like 3 times as much. It's crazy. So we want to hear about that. And we're hoping you can come out to the State House, but we're just chilling.
Patients Awareness Day.
Yeah, what's that? Tell him, Jim. Tell him on the mic. Grab the mic. You got it. Just tell him.
Yes, this is the 3rd National Cannabis Patients Awareness Day, Oil Day. So, yeah, we're commandeering that, basically co-opting this day for patients, make sure it doesn't get confused before 20.
Now it's ours.
And we're a little short on a good description of exactly where Pennsylvania is and what the next issue is, yada, yada, yada. And we were hoping you could help us out. But, hey, give a call back. You know Lefty's number.
That's edible.
Wow. So I used to do this with a straw.
Well, grab a mic. I want to hear it. I heard it.
It's an infused pound cake. I used to do this with an infused strawberry topping and infused whipped cream.
Oh, my goodness.
And then I got yelled at by a promoter because I left like 10 people passed out at a sesh.
Uh-huh.
This one's very lightly dosed. It's only about 400 to 500 milligrams of RSO in the whole cake.
Okay.
So very doable for anybody.
Okay.
The tourist lightweight is like, give me a little tiny square.
Listen, you got to be cautious, and if you knew me, you'd do that anyway.
You were telling me about the grease. I was like, I know it'll be delicious, but I'm afraid it will ruin me.
Well, if to know you is to No, you do have to be cautious, but also that when you say it has a moderate amount and your best guess, it's going to be true. It's sort of like not asking you would be the problem.
That's why, yeah. To me, that is like,
Yeah.
you gotta know what you're gonna eat.
Now,
I try and warn everybody because
Yeah.
most of my edibles are very heavily dosed.
Now, let's see. You tell me if they're very heavy. I always am like, make sure you take a little tiny bit. You can always eat a little more.
You cut
but
the
you're gonna,
you cut the cookie into quarters.
Well, what's dangerous about the heavy dose cookies I do is you can't do that because I add RSO to the top and then butter to them. So if you take a piece like this,
it's in there.
You might be a little bit fucked up, and then you take a piece like this again the next day, you're going to be really fucked up. Whereas those other cookies I gave you a piece of, those were measured out 1,500 milligrams for the batch, and I got 14 cookies out of the batch, so just over 100. Just over 100 for a full cookie.
No, that's reasonable. I would do that in 20 pieces because I'm lightweight.
I find 100 milligrams.
So I've got a few
Get
friends
that
actually
right.
in law enforcement, and they were even some of the dispensary edibles. These are people that smoked up till 20 years ago when they got in law enforcement. So even dispensary edibles, some of them were too strong for them, and I get them a white market product that's literally like 2.5 milligrams per piece.
Yeah, I like daily. I do like a 1 milligram of THC to 100 milligrams of CBD, and I'm not getting any high off that at all. But it's just medicine. You know.
Yeah, so I'm dealing with psoriatic arthritis right now, and I've got other joint issues, and I regularly do probably 300 to 600 milligrams of RSO. So my tolerance for edibles is through the roof.
I do the lowest THC just for the little tiny bit of activation, like in the synergism. But I like a lot of CBG and a lot of CBD. And then if I do, and of course we're in California, so we're spoiled, but I'll go get a THCV, CBG, CBD. They have it's like a little press pill, and that's like we're going out and about for the day, and they work really good. That THCV gives you a little pep in your step without totally destroying you. Those are those little advantages that we have in the legal states like that. I don't know. Maybe they have that kind of stuff here in New Jersey, but I've never seen it.
I found a high CBG at the Smoking Monkey in Newark, and I gave that to my cat Lulu for a year.
We're still a
very helpful.
very, very new market.
Well, the CBG falls under the hemp laws, so you can usually find that, or you can even just order yourself some.
Well, that's what a lot of people don't even realize. With a lot of like the dry diamonds that go around on the black market, most of those are 100% legal. Yeah, like I was telling somebody, a wholesaler I know, like if you order them and flour from the guy, they get shipped separate because the diamonds are 100% legal. They come with a COA and.
Well, yeah, with the USDA bill that Trump signed, I forget what year it was, but made a lot of that arguably legal. In my opinion, it is completely legal.
Listen, that's the bill that I got arrested on charges a little over 4 years ago, and they took electronic dab rigs from me because I was on my way to an event. Yeah, 6 limited edition ones, brand new. Wow. And when they went to my house, they took a big bag of seeds, probably about $20,000 in seeds.
Oh, ouch!
When my probation's completed, they're forced to get back to me.
I would say the seeds should be totally legal.
So are the rigs, because the rigs were brand new. All that's covered under the farm bill.
Oh no, yeah. If they're unused, they're absolutely legal, and even if they're used, they should still be fine. But
now they are, yeah.
It's durable medical equipment.
Yeah, exactly. I remember you used to say that all the time. Durable medical equipment.
They were technically legal at the time. They just law enforcement officers didn't fully understand the law.
Well, no, yeah, that happens.
Ignorance is no excuse.
Correct.
There should be a tour.
It's the same reason now their unions have told them not to touch anything with cannabis because we might not be able to protect you because you have zero training in the law.
Yeah.
That's the THC in someone's bloodstream shouldn't be affecting workplace anything unless maybe like you're a truck driver or an ambulance driver or something like that. Otherwise, I don't think it should be anything. Should be an issue.
So part of the reason I resigned from my job is I was a construction inspector, so I drove a vehicle. I was also a union rep who for 18 years worked in the construction industry as a non-union worker. So when I was handed a contract that said this was supposed to be my overtime, I was the guy that stepped up and said, I don't care what you say. I've never had a black and white piece of paper that said this is mine and my job, and now I do. And I pissed off enough supervisors that my place of employment would have only needed 2 supervisors to say they think I'm intoxicated on the job, and then they could send me for testing, which because I drove a vehicle, I'd have been done anyway.
Well, yeah, and if you haven't used cannabis in a week, but you're a heavy cannabis user, when you do, you're still gonna show something.
So they had, and she was, I forget her name, but she was one of the first people charged after they legalized. There was a girl that was in an accident where there was fatals involved. She hit somebody and they killed somebody. And initially they claimed because she had a used pipe in the car and the levels in her bloodstream. And I joked with 2 politicians and a couple of people in law enforcement and said, listen, the amount that was in her bloodstream, if I stopped using for a week to 2 weeks, my levels would still be higher than her was. And you
wouldn't be
there's no
impaired.
No
if you haven't done anything in a week,
concentration
you'll
level.
still test that high, but you're not going to be impaired at all. Pennsylvania has that too, where the patients can get a DWI.
Yeah, well, that's Pennsylvania. They find anything in your blood system, they charge you. At least that's the way I was told it is.
Well, I know it's just a person who does drive and does consume, that this is some sort of golden age before some shit happens that ruins it all. And it's going to be, hey, remember back in the day where, if you weren't really affected in a conversation with law enforcement, it wasn't going to be an issue. Because
I think.
I mean, if you
it's going in the right direction.
If you didn't have any of your possession, I'm talking about being under the influence. Like if there's a pipe or something.
It's becoming more like there's more and more research showing that the people, it's not like alcohol impairment by any means.
It's the total opposite. What alcohol causes you to do is over exaggerate your abilities. That's why when you were younger and you argued to get keys away from somebody, or you were the person, when they drove off 15 over the speed limit to prove they could drive.
Right.
That's why if somebody consumes too much cannabis, they end up doing 5 miles an hour down the side of the road.
Hey, slow is danger too, though. You got to make sure you're within a 10-mile radius.
It causes you to under exaggerate your actual abilities. So it has the opposite effects. When legalization happened, I've got friends in law enforcement, and they had a few officers that were all people are going to be smoking and driving. And a childhood friend laughed at him and said, the people that are going to smoke and drive are smoking and driving. And it, like certain people, it doesn't affect. If it's a long-term heavier user, it doesn't affect them. And he, as an example, invited me out to go do some field sobriety tests. And when I showed up, I was smoking a blunt on the ride up, did a first field sobriety test. They said, oh no, you should really wait 20 minutes. Do you mind? And I said, well, not at all. Can I finish this blunt? Yes. Did a field sobriety. I rolled the second blunt while I was showing them eighths of exotic flower, and they're all dumbfounded at the look and smell.
What state?
New Jersey.
In Jersey.
I smoked the second blunt. I looked at them and said, do we got to wait 20 minutes or can we go now? Passed the second field sobriety test. Smoked the third blunt. Did a third field sobriety test. One of them started accusing me of smoking illegal stuff out of the gas station. And then after the third blunt, I looked at him and said, are you guys satisfied yet? Because I can go all day long. I got pulled over on my way home from a pop-up event, and I had cannabis right on my seat, and a cop mentioned about smelling burnt cannabis, and I stupidly told him I had smoked earlier in the day. If you, as an education for everybody, as long as you don't admit to smoking within 24 hours, if they don't pull you over for erratic driving, they cannot give you a field sobriety test, because smell alone isn't just cause.
You can't get rid of it.
We could be in a room, you 2 guys could be smoking, I could never touch it. I'm going to smell like it for 6 hours.
It's true. Yeah, and one by one, the states are doing that. The smell alone is not a legit reason to get in the car. I forget. I think Minnesota just did that, or somebody out there.
Eventually, there's going to be some sort of program with guidelines and boundaries, and it's not going to work. And it's
So they
This is the go. This is like the good old days.
in
right
other
now.
countries they have tests they use, but from what I understand, the problem is they're not admissible in U.S. courts because they're not accurate enough.
Well, no, I've read that they worked on like a breathalyzer version or something, or a saliva test or something, but there's no evidence at all that they're accurate whatsoever.
So the problem with that is you'll send up a false positive if you're smoking hemp or Delta 8.
Well, yeah, if it's going to pass for cannabis, it's going to pass for any of that.
Yeah, it's a non-intoxicant. You'd still fail for it. And then even field test wise, they had an issue in Philadelphia where they went around to all the head shops testing the legal Delta 8, THC 0, all the edibles. And in their field tests, they were testing positive for fentanyl. And then they all went to a lab, and the labs were like, there's nothing in here. The issue is your field tests are so sensitive, they're giving you a false positive in the field. It was a big article. They were,
well, and I think those tests have been inaccurate like that forever. Not that they're completely wrong always, but I think they're not.
They're made to be ultra sensitive.
No, man. Listen, imagine somebody finding an actual solution to it. That is going to be a moneymaker for whoever comes out, which means people are going to keep taking shots. All right, maybe if we tweak it and then we'll come back. Or let's look at it this way and come, because
I'm sure there's research dollars that are working on that.
I'm just saying. Enjoy the drive home while it's now. Because down the road, you're going to be thinking back and going, that's what Jim was talking about, As long as you can keep your shit together, you're good.
Let's see, I make sure I'm missing rush hour. 1:30. We're good.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't want to sit in Jersey rush hour. I'm on vacation.
Coming here the time this morning was in the rush hour in the morning.
I wanted to come up early enough, but I didn't make it. But I avoided some of that. I didn't do that on purpose.
I don't like it either. But I was just getting ready for see what kind of day they would bring us, and I'm really happy about the weather because hot as it may be, we got a breeze.
Well, yeah, it could be worse. Certainly, it's hot.
I expected way worse.
I did a little lap while you guys were chatting earlier, and the sun was more out, and it was it oppressive. But it wasn't so bad. I didn't take the walk though. Like I went down and visited some sites here and there and over here.
Yeah,
but it's definitely hot though.
Yeah, I'm on my second shirt, and that's it.
I'm still
the first one pretty well set.
This fat guy's still on shirt one. I'm doing all right.
I'm praying they got indoor and tents at least at this event I got to go to after this.
Oh yeah.
What's the next event?
There's Scrambled Eggs is throwing a big 710 pop up in I think it's Howell, New Jersey.
Okay,
really?
Out of the state.
Yeah, whereabouts?
Be a good one. 50 plus vendors they're bringing in.
Oh, nice.
They've got a few bands, big farm.
Really?
His 420 party was pretty good, so I expect the same. Got lots of edibles to give out.
Do we know what bands are playing?
No, that I don't
That's fair.
know.
Yeah.
I'm a music guy. I figured I'd ask.
Well, it's always nice being surprised, isn't it? Though sometimes they'd be like, they did their best, but now and then you don't know a live band that just hits what.
Oh no, it's probably amazing.
Yeah, no, I mean, but also, everybody's got their own center for what they really like, and I like being. Or you learn something new. Because I'll tell you, I hear stuff live that if it wasn't live wouldn't affect me.
You might not have caught it, yeah.
But when I hear it live, I'm like, man, why am I reacting to that? That sounds pretty good. And it's totally different live.
While we've come a long way with legalization, you still got to go black market to get any kind of decent cannabis events.
Yeah,
large groups.
Well, yeah, because no, you do have adult use, but there's I know the Emerald Cup had struggles when it became adult use for like where could people smoke and how could people smoke and how do you get them in because then they're inside the festival and it's tough.
Well, everybody's got to find out where the edge of the envelope is. You don't know. And what I like is now the part that I still get a kick out of. If I have less than 6 ounces on me, I put it up on the dashboard of the car and wave at state troopers. I'm allowed to do that.
I told you when I went to court, I brought 2 ounces with me.
Yeah,
right to put through the X-ray machine. Anytime they stop they don't want me to go into the probation office anymore because I smoked right before I went in there, and I brought in 1 ounce of weed with me. And then the sandwich bags, skunk, so the whole place was skunked out.
I remember all of us opening our cannabis jar, our New Jersey medical dispensary jars in court when Weed Man was We are all sitting in the audience, Weed Man's court, and everybody opened their jars and set them on the table.
Oh man.
For vesting.
Yeah, I remember I was outside this court stuff though. I didn't get in for 2 days one time. I almost got arrested for the sign that I had.
Really?
Yeah. Because it was brought to the judge's attention on the second day that there's a guy holding a sign that said he's a patient, not a guilty criminal, and the not and guilty were way darker letters than the rest, and he's standing right where the jury pool parks in the front door, so the jury has to walk by him.
Yes.
So they sent out sheriff's officers, explain that, take my sign, and I said, well, I have other signs.
Yeah. Is this sign not good? We'll get another
yeah, and I had a different one that day, I think. So they walked me back to my car and got the signs that the judge didn't want. And then I said, well, I'm going to carry a sign. Why don't you just okay one? And they were okay with, what do you say to unjust law? Which is like, that's a Martin Luther King letter from Birmingham jail thing. What you say to unjust law is you have an obligation to disobey.
That's true.
Unjust law, and with a willingness to take the consequences.
No, I'm sure they just didn't like the not guilty.
Yeah, but
not guilty.
Oh, no, they didn't like that. Well, they didn't like that it was in the paper,
Oh, the sign you got a picture?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I know. I didn't realize it.
And the best moment of the whole thing was, they were okay. I see the jury's getting a little glassed over. I'm going to have a 15-minute recess. And I didn't leave. Weedman didn't leave. The prosecutor didn't leave. And I think one other person maybe. And then it's quiet. So it says to the prosecutor, he goes, you ever watch The Untouchables? Not the old Elliot Ness movies. It was in the 90s. Untouchables. I don't know if it's a movie or.
I can think of it as a movie, but I don't know. I've definitely probably seen it.
But anyone, the guy went, yeah. And he goes, I thought so. Because you remind me of Elliot Ness.
Elliot Ness?
No, he said that to the prosecutor.
Oh, right, to the prosecutor.
Yeah, and there's nobody else around. And the prosecutor leans into him and he goes, yeah, you remind me. And he goes, oh yeah. He goes, yeah, Elliot Ness was an asshole and you are too. And it was like he was leaning in.
That's activism.
And after one not great day for him, I guess I had to share an elevator ride with that prosecutor, and I swear I thought he had a vein in his head that was going to bust. It has. Well, anyway, they then, the sheriff's officers had their office right next to the actual where the trial was. And when they saw me in lunchtime, they said, listen, why don't you go tell your friend and everybody not to smoke pot by his van out there? And you can see him right from the window. You can see him. I'm going, why would I want to do that? Isn't that your job?
You're right.
And then I realized.
Why are you sending me to give orders?
Yeah, I realized it's like, oh, wait a second. If you went out and cited him, he'd use that for evidence that he does smoke that much. And the whole case is you weren't going to smoke that whole 2 pounds yourself or whatever. And his case was, yeah.
Well, some people will.
I buy and I can. So how do you prove that? He's like, I smoked a joint before coming to here. He said in his opening statement, I'm going to smoke a joint during any breaks. Lunch, I'm going to smoke one before I go home. I'm going to smoke one when I get home. So he follows through because that's I do. So he would have been better off getting cited and using that. And they couldn't do that. And it was like, oh, it's just pretty funny. So no, they got to smoke.
Well, of course, if it's legal, it's legal.
Yeah. Well, like I used to tell him back in the day, especially that I really liked his activity in New Jersey, and because people would say shit like, "Oh man, that Jim, he's really out there," and I get to say, "Me, what about Weed Man?"
When you both guys are out there,
no, but I had
and you get it done.
I had somebody finally to say that was more out there than me. He was willing.
Lefty, somebody's beeping in at you on your phone, I think.
Yeah. Say, Lefty, what's a really loud beeping? If you pretended like you didn't hear that, I might have been having some problems here because I didn't know what that was.
Oh, no, I definitely heard it.
No, I mean, it was loud and it had a nice little reverb on it.
The aliens are beeping in at us.
Maybe. I don't want to look at this phone.
No, yeah, I'm not touching this phone.
Yeah. Well, isn't it we're here for Cannabis Patients Awareness Day. Maybe it's a cannabis patient.
Well, I figure it's probably someone that's on the schedule that's trying to call in.
Let me take a look and see if it's Paul. I don't know how to push buttons though.
Sound guy? What is the sound guy? No, I used to help him carry stuff and set some wires up, but I don't know how to use any of that stuff.
Yo, Chris Goldstein.
Goldstein, Lefty. Goldstein.
Chris Goldstein.
Oh, Lefty, tell Chris Goldstein I love him, and I said hi. I'm driving out of here. I'm sweating, and I'm going through traffic.
Did he call? Did he text?
And I hurt. Like an hour and 10 minutes. I was like, when am I scheduling this? I'm coming back and forth to do like the doctor stuff. So it was like, when am I scheduling this? What am I doing? It was like, oh, if I can make a dentist appointment and see the surgeon, and then I can hang out for 2 days at mom's. And like, here I am.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, Chris Goldstein. We're cold calling you live on the air.
We're cold calling you.
This is live on the air.
Are you gonna prank call me next? You're not gonna ask me about
Prank caller. We're here with Tony Liberty, Jim Miller, Jelani.
Hey,
nice to hear from you.
You guys are sweating it out there in Trenton, huh?
Definitely.
Not bad.
Well,
Really.
hold on. For me, it's worse than normal, but it's not bad if you're local here.
We got a breeze.
Oh my God, you guys! I went to Panama last year. I thought I knew what hot was, and last year in Panama, I set a new level for what hot is. So this does seem a little. It doesn't seem as hot as Panama yet. That's my new base.
No, it's certainly not that bad.
I'm on my second T-shirt, and I got others, but I sweated through a couple times in the morning, but it's pretty nice right now.
I can't remember what I think it was called the Hemp Heels Music Festival at Penn's Landing. Maybe about 8 years ago. Was one of the hottest things I've ever been to in my life. It was like the day like today, except there was 10,000 people on the end of the pier. It was nuts. So, how are things going for you guys today? How's the 710 day going?
It's amazing. We want to talk to you about Pennsylvania. What's going on in Pennsylvania for patients? Are patients still struggling? Because William Haney had a problem where he was talking about weed, and they're going to kick him out of his facility just for talking about weed. So I don't know what's going on.
Where was that?
That's a Langhorne rehabilitation facility in Langhorne, Pennsylvania.
So, okay, Pennsylvania, in a nutshell. In 2016, they passed a medical marijuana law that was similar to New Jersey's, just slightly less restrictive. There are 33 grow operations, approximately 160 dispensaries opening across the state that are run by about 40 companies, many of which you know the names of because they operate in New Jersey too. And they have about 450,000 registered medical marijuana patients in Pennsylvania today. That's a healthy number considering New Jersey has less than 100,000. And because there's no adult use access, the medical program is seen as de facto access in many ways. The interesting thing about Pennsylvania, and I talk about this all the time, is that their prices are about a quarter of what they are in New Jersey, or half at least. You can get an ounce of flower in Pennsylvania for about $100, $120 on the daily basis without any discounts. And with discounts, you can get it even cheaper. That compares to the lowest prices I could find in New Jersey for medical patients being around $200 an ounce. So there's a big difference. That's what's happening in Pennsylvania as far as patient access goes. The Pittsburgh City Council is considering this week a bill that would stop medical marijuana patients from being subject to employment drug testing and pre-employment drug testing. Philadelphia did that not just for medical marijuana patients, but for everybody, which was good. That was 3 years ago almost now. And pre-employment drug testing is seen as a bad idea for everybody, not just medical marijuana patients. But the patient population in Pennsylvania being nearly 500,000 really is very strong. The state has about 12 million people, so that's 1 in every 20 people is a registered medical marijuana patient in Pennsylvania right now. And with attractive pricing like that, they are adding patients on a monthly basis, unlike New Jersey, which is losing patients almost every day.
So what's happening in Pennsylvania, William Haney? There were 8 research permits that Pennsylvania gave out. Not much research has been done. I think Drexel is the only research partner that published any papers. But there were 8 dispensaries partnered with 8 academic institutions, and that included Penn Medicine and Geisinger Medical Center and Hershey and stuff like that. And when they did that, a lot of the cancer services and cancer and inpatient treatment doctors started making medical marijuana recommendations and allowing non-smokable forms in the treatment facilities. That does not mean that there is broad institutional access, unfortunately, and that is what William Haney ran into. Across the country, there is not really a uniform way for patients to access cannabis outside of their own home. And that is becoming the real failing point of these laws in so many ways, because modern medicine, especially when you get older or if you have a chronic condition, your treatment doesn't happen in the home. And maybe you can't even live at home anymore. You have to move into assisted living or get more intense medical treatment. Then it's really up in the air as to the facility, and very few of them have any rules on this whatsoever. I will say this. I mean, I broke my leg a couple of years ago. I was in the hospital in New Jersey. I was trying to avoid taking any OxyContin or opiate-based painkillers, laying in bed with a completely traumatized broken leg. And I had a massive bottle of weed tincture on the table next to me. And I just keep hitting the dropper like every, I don't know, a few minutes
Man.
for like weeks. So, and everybody knew what was going on there. And they didn't try and take it away or give me any problems for it. So, I think it's difficult. Again, it really is hit or miss, facility to facility, and also how you deal with it as a patient.
Yeah, it seems like that's the tie that binds states together here. You're talking, National Cannabis Patients Day is, it doesn't matter really much what state you're in and what your laws are. If you're in a facility, in William's case, a rehabilitation facility, it's almost like it could be more of a combined national effort if states ever did things together, or groups and states. It's the one thing, that does affect everybody. And that's really the people who kind of need it the most. I mean, it's a healthcare issue. And
I agree fully.
William,
What's weird, Jim, is
William wasn't eligible for the program through having the pain and through his amputated part of his leg. So he's actually not even a patient, but he's part of that national problem, even if it's not in the exact center of the cup there. For him, it was somebody ratted him out that he did have some edibles, and he gave one to somebody else, and that person must have said something, to somebody that they would not have known would react that way, and they went and informed the management on duty, and they inspected his room and didn't find anything. So
that's because he ate it all.
yeah,
Good for him. But
yeah.
to the same extent,
yeah, but he's still.
Look,
He, to my mind, and this is out of my range, but maybe you would have some inkling. You can't just take him to the people pound, say you were kicking you out of here, and he says that they're going to kick him out, but they didn't find anything, and it's just hearsay. And even if it wasn't, don't they have to know where he's going? When they release somebody like that, they got to know where you're going.
So I don't know. I think, Jim, would you text me when we get off air? I have a couple of lawyers in Pennsylvania. Maybe I can connect you with on that. And I think that that's a terrible case. Unfortunately, in Pennsylvania, outside of the whole marijuana thing, there are some pretty sketchy rules for how Pennsylvania treats people who are in assisted living or other facilities that are state run or on Medicare. I want to make sure that just generally
Yeah, well,
stamped out.
he is in one of those facilities where there is sort of a problem of sorts. And William, if you know him at all, he really sticks up for himself as best as he can, but he does it he's sort of naturally abrasive when he sticks up for himself. I don't know how to put it. And he's in a situation where he has absolutely no control, and there's just a lot of things going on, but that he's basically being threatened with eviction, and he doesn't.
Look, it's not uncommon. It's sad. I know people who are unhoused in Pennsylvania and were in sort of assisted housing situations, and they are registered medical marijuana patients, and they got threatened with kicked out of those. They had to go to their state senator.
Yeah, if there was
Look, there is
anybody,
a discrimination factor here, Jim, too, that is beyond the law, and people are just jerks, and they're kind of total jerks if they think that if they're anti-marijuana. I mean, honestly, or if they just feel like being a jerk to you generally, they'll pick on you for the marijuana.
Yeah.
So it's
But
pretty,
that's
cannabis discrimination is real. I mean,
that's
and
about what's going on. Yeah.
well, and that's it. It comes into elder abuse. So like, it's the level of discrimination there where it turns into abuse, where it's like they're picking on this one thing to mean to you, which is not cool. And again, I think that Pennsylvania has some sketchy rules about that, and I hope that he seeks some legal options before they try and kick him out of care. But unfortunately, this is a national problem, Jim. The barrier between us and institutional access at assisted living or retirement homes is kind of the same weird perception that colleges and universities went through, where they claim that they fear this loss of federal funding or this inability to charge Medicare or Medicaid. So one of the bills that's been languishing in New Jersey while they pass a bunch of goofy stuff related to hemp is a bill that would allow insurance companies to work with medical cannabis, and that could really change the landscape for how assisted living and other institutional care actually do things, because they could find the reimbursements that they get for other kinds of cares and therapies. Like if we pass that bill to allow insurance and senior gold in New Jersey to cover medical cannabis, and that all actually worked out, then those facilities could provide that cannabis and get reimbursed for it like they do other regular therapies of drugs. And to them, that kind of cookie cutter way of doing things is what they're looking for.
Well, if there is somebody that that William could get in touch with in Pennsylvania that might be able to help him sort this out, he has to do everything for himself, and I have no way of helping
No,
him.
I get it, man. I mean, it sounds like he needs to contact a public advocate in the county where
it's
thing is, and
he gets a pension and Social Security to total about I'm guessing $2,300 a month. He gets $45 a month out of that to spend on what he decides to spend $45 a month on, and they get the rest. It's a for profit facility, and it is what it is. But I don't like the idea that he's being told, in effect, you got to get out of here, and he doesn't.
I'm telling you, Jim, it's unhoused people. They in motels and things like that. And I wish I could say it was just in Pennsylvania, but it's not. I mean, I've heard this story across the country, California, Canada, for God's sake.
He wants to get out of there. Actually, Section 8 housing. I don't know what you call it in Pennsylvania. It's and that's where he lived before. With a certain amount of help per day, per week, a minimal amount.
Well,
and
Jim, let's look at this another way.
We could spring him, maybe.
I hear you, but the future for patients like William and other folks may be creating institutions for them. I think that waiting around for the current institutions to be medical cannabis accommodating may take longer than creating retirement or assisted living facilities that are geared for medical cannabis from day one. I don't think that that's impossible, and I don't think that's something that we couldn't do in the short term. I think that it's a real business idea. I mean, for all the people out there trying to create the next best dispensary to sell a $75 corporate eighth out of, and not for the most part. Maybe they want to gather those investors together and create the cannabis-friendly assisted living or retirement home. And
Wow.
I'm sure that they'll have clients right away.
And not only that, they have built-in advertising for why they should exist in institutions like Langhorne Rehabilitation Facility. You know, you
I
can't.
think that they have built-in reasons for them existing and people like Willie Nelson being alive. So, you know, if medical cannabis is going to keep that guy going, dude just like went back on tour, dude. So, like, come on.
That doesn't sound. Okay. It doesn't. It's not
We ought to
impossible.
call it the Willie Nelson, the technique of elder care, right? That's what we're bringing to the public. You know, the Carl Sagan, Willie Nelson technique of elder care through medical cannabis. So,
Well, I'll tell you, Willie would like the idea.
we would probably get it.
If we only knew somebody that would have a way to get in touch with him, gee, that would be something.
Well, the poor guy is on his, is still touring. But
I'm looking
what
at
do you
you as
call it?
best I can, you know.
Yeah, no, but to the same extent. So guys, for your 710 day, I mean, you talked to me about Langhorne, Pennsylvania. You don't want to hear about anything else.
No, anything to do with where Pennsylvania is right now, and especially how it relates to New Jersey, better or worse. And then if it's better, in the medical program, because it'd be nice to be getting in touch with legislators here and say, you going to let Pennsylvania show you how to do something and not do it, you know?
I was just talking, I mean, my testimony before the CRC with Commissioner Delgado recently. Look, this is what I've been trying to point out. The same operators in New Jersey who are failing this program are actually doing pretty good in Pennsylvania. They have created a program with lower prices, more selection, and growing patient population. I mean, honestly, the Pennsylvania medical cannabis program is kind of humming along. And that's what's so infuriating, because it's the same companies that are so screwing up New Jersey so badly. They have picked on New Jersey to price gouge and price fix and really milk it for every penny that they can get.
That's not common. That's not common knowledge, though. But when you put it like that the same company, it costs more in New Jersey, and it's less in Pennsylvania. And why is that? If it's the same company providing the same medicine for both that sell at totally different prices, what's up?
There's as many grows in
What the
Pennsylvania
hell?
as there are in New Jersey now under corporate control, quite frankly. And there's no good reason for it, Jim. I mean, I wish there was.
Well, there's no good reason that doesn't have a first and last name, and usually is in legislative
Hold on one
arena.
second. Did you check my black light?
No, we're not holding on. We're going to talk about what you just said.
Did you take my black lighter? You guys?
Wow, I got a black lighter.
We both have them.
Jim has it.
I have a sativa crossbow.
Yeah, Jim's got your black lighter. Sorry.
I bet you Jim has my black
Oh,
lighter.
I'm magic when it comes to stealing lighters.
So I think that as far as Pennsylvania goes, it has a better, healthier medical marijuana
Well,
program.
by price alone, that's really the biggest thing. I think is that incredible price.
They don't care though. Hold on, Jim. They're working on adult use legalization. I have to say, one of the more shocking testimonies I heard this year was Cresco's rep, and I think it was TerraSen's rep. I want to make sure I got that right. But they showed up in Harrisburg and they talked about the medical program like they were ready to let it go. They were like, look, this medical program is great, but as soon as we open adult use, nobody's going to want to have cards. Nobody's going to. And this is actually, I've heard lobbyists in New Jersey say this too.
Are they basing it on New Jersey's
industry
experience?
Does not want to keep up their medical marijuana programs. Let's just say this straight out. The industry of permit holders, especially the corporate higher ups, they do not want to be involved with medical cannabis, quote unquote, which is crazy to me. But
Don't care what they
they're
want.
actually saying that in testimony in Pennsylvania. They don't care. These 450,000 patients, they don't expect to serve them. And, honestly, it takes so much responsibility away from them if you don't call it medicine. If it's just adult use recreational products, oh my gosh, man, they don't have to be responsible to people as if it's medicine at all.
Yeah.
And that's a problem, because I think it's worth preserving medical cannabis programs across the country, even as the industry is looking to dump them. The statutes are better than ever, and in Pennsylvania, you can see that it can actually work. I actually think that this is the time right now to make these more robust and maybe start to parcel them away from these large corporations. If they want to focus on adult use and they want to dump the medical programs, fine. Don't let the door hit them in the ass faster. They've been the worst players in all this the whole time. We could use new blood in this industry, especially on the medical space.
You can't disagree with that. But we
So
want
I'm
the
happy
price
to see
of you
them go.
go.
If they want to go, they can go. You know, Curaleaf is pulled out of states. Trulieve is pulled out of states. This national cartel has been dividing it up state by state, region by region. You know, you get this one, I get this one. And that's not cool. That's not what consumers or patients want.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of like it's pretty simple that we want the prices that you have in Pennsylvania. I mean
Right.
Pennsylvania
It's
has.
silly.
And we are so close right now. We're close to where it'd be a literal stone's throw, or silver dollar, whatever. And that needs explaining in terms that your normal person will understand. And I think it's so easy to see that. But the question is, how do you rub their face in it? Like you said, they just don't have to care. There's no pay.
I mean, I think Commissioner Delgado maybe got it a little bit when we were having our dialogue a couple of weeks ago. He was like, look, shouldn't this be covered in legislation? And there is a bill for price caps. But I explained to him that politicians in the country over, Democrat and Republican, brag about driving down the prices of pharmaceutical drugs for consumers. And there is an ongoing conversation for senators and members of Congress about price gouging on groceries and all kinds of other stuff. Corporate greed is part of the language of politics right now. And what I'm trying to get people and mainstream politicians to understand is that corporate greed is extremely apparent and happening every day in the cannabis space.
Yeah.
They need to see that the corporate greed is playing out in some of the worst ways in America in that medical cannabis space, especially. And when we talk about price gouging and price fixing, we can see it clear as day on the menus of Terrascend and Curaleaf and Columbia Care when you look at their menus in Pennsylvania versus New Jersey and across the state line. It is pretty astounding. You can get an ace for $18 and you can't find one for less than $35 in New Jersey. And that's patient prices. The other thing I made a point of at the CRC is privacy, patient privacy. Now, the dispensaries often make everybody sign up for a loyalty program, which you give over your privacy rights, essentially, like how often you visit and how much you spend and maybe even your medical condition, because they make you take a survey for your loyalty program.
That's interesting.
But technically, they're not supposed to keep that data, but by joining the loyalty program, you've just given up that privacy right.
Oh.
That's very valuable data. And in fact, it's traded very frequently. I don't think that it should be traded or shared. I think that one of the things that would make more patients join the program is if they had an expectation of privacy that was like mainstream medicine. So, but that doesn't exist in cannabis right now. That's also, by the way, those privacy concerns exist for adult use too. When you join the loyalty program, which pretty much you have to do to even freaking order at these places, you lose your privacy to your data.
Yeah, well, it can be an issue for people with a real life, that's for sure.
Very funny.
No, I mean, no bank account for a long time, no credit cards, no, if I can see
That's
it,
cool.
I
The
own
next
it.
solar flare, Jim, isn't even going to affect you. It's
Yeah,
gonna be like
I know, but that doesn't mean I'm not concerned. I mean,
when the
it's
transformer
wrong.
is set off an EMP in New York, it's like you won't even notice. It's cool.
Yeah, no, but it's these are things that are easy to understand how wrong they are, and It just stumps me how.
Look, it's wrong, and these companies are well influenced. Somehow we're waiting for home grow legislation to even get considered in New Jersey, even though it has bipartisan co-sponsorship.
I've heard a rumor that George Norcross had something to do with New Jersey not
Oh
get
my
home
God.
grow.
Yeah, that's because we stole his socks. That's why he doesn't wear socks. All the stoners smoked his socks. That's the problem. But he was wearing hemp socks, and we were like, "Oh man, Norcross."
Yeah,
has
well,
hemp
that's what.
socks.
Yeah, but
So-
he could be behind why we can't home grow. Maybe he's the one.
No,
He
it's-
pressured Corzine into telling Herb Conaway take it out.
I have no idea, but I am waiting for the day that they all just smoke some weed.
And he has nice scams.
Yeah,
What's
well,
that?
I mean, it makes sense. The guy. George
Yeah, nice
Norcross,
scams.
17 indictments he has.
Yeah, I
In-
sat in the front
influence,
row, though. I
influence,
mean,
yeah.
New Jersey politics is the day you get indicted going and sitting in the front row. I mean, that
Yeah.
definitely takes some.
Yeah, well, he was the
Spine.
mover behind all sorts of stuff and tightly associated with Steve Sweeney, who notoriously did not want this happening. So that's what I heard. That's what I heard. That's not.
I heard that too.
I heard that.
You guys know more than I do. That's for sure. I've spent a lot of years in South Jersey completely trying to avoid the Norcross political
Yeah.
machine.
Well, there was a surprise to me that they finally have enough on him through everything. I wouldn't be surprised to see it come out when he goes through his indictments and all that. He doesn't even. He didn't even wear socks to his hearing. I noticed he had some deck shoes on. Like
That's because we smoked in socks. Like I said, they were hemp. But what do you call nonetheless, the home grow bill is languishing for whatever reasons it's languishing. But they did manage to pass the psychedelics research bill, and they passed the intoxicating hemp bill.
mm-hmm.
So those were what I see as
home grow of the
lobbying.
home grow of the mushrooms did get taken out, obviously, or not back.
Of course, it got taken
I
out,
know.
Jim, because ultimately we're gonna.
I mean, my
the
God.
model of the original medical marijuana program.
Corporate
One of the
shrooms.
most restrictive in the
No, it was like, how can we help get this passed? Hey, let's put in home grow for mushrooms, okay? And if we do that, then we can go and take them out when we need leverage for something. Okay, we'll take out the home. Because, when they said they did it, it wasn't provisions. It was just that it would not be unlawful to grow. So I don't even know what that means. What that means is we don't have to tell you what it means. We're going to take it out. We're just rigging the process.
It's hard to be shocked by Trenton these days.
I'm not shocked.
Passed the Oprah bill and signed it. The
Right?
Trenton that earlier this year during a lame duck session rescinded the ethics rules related to cannabis business ownership for legislators, and then we've seen a grandstanding on that all year. It's been an adventure.
Well, here, the newest one that's going to be fun now in New Jersey, though, I don't know where this stacks up against Pennsylvania, but is Singleton's new bill 3484, which would make it whoever is recommending or any whatever clinical personnel can recommend it. It can be off-label. It can be at their discretion. So basically, we have that bill. It doesn't have an assembly version yet, but it will. And that to me is like, so what you're saying is we should finally make it a patient-physician issue, not a patient legislator who we think deserves it and what they get issued, to get in the program. We're supposed to be treating it on par by legislators. Well, we have not a rule, part of a law somewhere that it's supposed to be treated on par with any Schedule II prescription drug when it comes to considerations legislatively. It shouldn't have a lower tier, which obviously it does. But
Jim, have no fear, because Assemblyman Conway is also a medical doctor, so he's got you
Yes.
covered in both directions.
and I trust him. Hey, he's running for.
And he's a lawyer
he's
too,
running,
so
and
he can drop your confidence.
And he is also running for the open seat created by Andy Kim, running for Senate. So he's like a sitting duck at events, And I'm not going to say I'm going to necessarily in collusion with his opposition on some fun things he could do with Assemblyman Conaway and him both running for that congressional seat, and his opponent is a Republican physician as well. So anyway, he's leaving, and the bill's not in his committee. I get to get creative when it gets interesting, and I'm going to be in.
Say his name again.
I'm going to be having some fun with.
Say his name.
Whose name?
You know.
No, I don't know.
Say his name.
Who?
The Herb guy.
Conaway.
Every time you say his name, that's what I'm going to do.
Wow.
I'm going to be quick on the draw on that one.
Yeah, really.
Okay.
Well, I don't.
You too, Chris. Goes for you too.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
That's the word of the day. What's the word of the day? Conway.
Yeah. I'm just watching his finger on that button. I'm fingering that.
Administrator. He was the Burlington County Health Commissioner for a long time. Guy's like a septuple dipper.
I can see it now, man.
Septuple dipper.
Look,
Septuple dipper.
Wow.
Yep.
Not a double
They
dipper.
call them,
Not a
call them triple dippers if you have triple pensions in New Jersey. So
wow.
I was trying to figure out one day how many pensions you might be eligible for because there's multiple positions.
These guys in here.
He's not taking his finger off
I'm
the
literally
button.
not kidding. For a little while, Assemblyman Conaway was, again, he is a lawyer, a doctor. He is an assemblyman, and he was the Burlington County Health Commissioner. And he's, of course, the chairman of the Assembly Health Committee and all these other things. I'm sure he's got an honorarium.
Yeah, he's
for
got
the
an
University of Life and
honorarium.
everything like that. But
Yeah.
what is strange, I think, is that they were all behind. It was Conaway who was the co-sponsor of the psychedelics bill.
Yeah.
The mushroom bill.
Yeah. Well,
Scutari and Conaway sponsored the mushroom bill. So
come on, he's
what do you got
not
for
the double
Scutari?
on that one.
What do you got for Scutari? If that's what do you got for Scutari? Oh, by the way, did you hear? I have to say, I have to credit Andrea Rabel for this. We're gonna get a billboard in the fall.
Yes.
That is being designed right now by Box Brown.
Nice.
And the hashtag on it is going to say hashtag stop Scutari.
Oh.
Where's it going to be? Any idea where it's going to be?
Scutari is for real.
Yeah, there's a lot of commercial and CBS billboard space around Linden.
Well, that's
Linden.
Oh, that's
on 287
Yo, I got 5 on it.
Parkway, so I was thinking up there.
Wow.
It's going to be digital too, so we're going to be able to move it around and buy it in different places. So we're going to start doing fundraising online so that people can contribute to this billboard fund. You guys at Sativa Cross can give some money or whatever. We'll put people's logos up there. It'll be fun.
I think it will be fun.
Yeah, hashtag stop Scutari. So the problem with Senator Scutari as Senate president is that we've had a problem with all kinds of things in New Jersey: transparency, and home grow, and having a cannabis industry that isn't a complete corporate cartel. So I think it's time to stop Scutari. I think it's time for a vote of no confidence in his Senate leadership, and it's time to change things up. It's not saying that, he's not going anywhere. He's
No, but that's not a reason
years,
to
but
not.
he doesn't need to be Senate president.
You don't want him to go now. I mean, once you hit somebody the first time, you want to come across with another one from the other side. This is a great start.
I think stop Scutari and just getting him out of the Senate presidency.
That rolls right
Like,
off
imagine
my
who
tongue.
could be Senate president if Scutari wasn't. It would be like,
Who would it be?
Troy Singleton or Teresa Ruiz or somebody like that. Anybody but him.
Well, how do we get? Yeah, really. Yeah.
So
anybody but
the Senate
Scutari.
presidentship, it's not like he wouldn't be senator anymore from Linden. It's
Yeah.
just that somebody else could be Senate president. I mean, same thing about Craig Coughlin. I mean, these guys have been too old. I mean, we're having this discussion about a nationally leadership and AIDS and everything like that.
Yeah.
Let's not look too hard at Craig Coughlin,
Well, look, let's put 2 and 2 together in the assembly now. It's not Herb Conaway in the way. It's in the FOR committee, where the chairman of the committee is also a co-sponsor of the patient home grow bill. It hasn't gotten a hearing. Assemblywoman Verlina Reynolds Jackson has asked for it to be posted, and it hasn't been posted. Now, it's not the committee chairman not posting it, as was the case with Conaway for all that time. It's in somebody's who would like to post it. So I venture an amateur guess here that Craig Coughlin is pulling a Scutari somehow. Otherwise, it would have been posted. I mean, it makes no sense otherwise. So bail me out. Find another possibilities,
I do not know what the deal is with Trenton generally.
Well, the bill's been asked for, and the guy who now needs to post it for an informational hearing, he's a co-sponsor. And the co-chair of the committee is a co-sponsor.
Reginald Atkins, no, and I
Yeah,
understand.
and the other guy. So the thing is, they're not the ones saying I'm deciding. There's something stopping it, or it would be happening. It's that
I agree
simple.
because they made the intoxicating hemp bill happen real fast this year.
I believe it's Coughlin, and it's a healthcare issue. So basically, they're putting an issue like healthcare second again, and
the medical
we
marijuana
can't have
program
that.
again. The weird thing about it, Jim, is not that legislators. I feel like legislators want to have a strong medical marijuana program. I think our law actually would allow it. The problem are the bad players who own the permits for the most part. And I'm not saying every permit holder. I'm saying that the ones who are the wholesalers and some of the long-standing original 6 permit holders, they've been pulling this game for over a decade of the highest prices in the country and limited supplies. Meanwhile, across the river, they can have 100 strains of flower, and it's all between 100 and 200 bucks.
Yeah.
$60 an acre. $75 an acre.
Well, that's good. I guess it takes being depressed a little bit about something. I want to do something about it. So
Are you feeling mad? That's an interesting 1930s Depression era mentality there. But
No,
that's like the Bugs Bunny kind of like look at life.
I do like that the discussion isn't like astrophysics or anything. It's like just very common logic when it's spoken in a decent linear form. Anybody can understand. It's just the way to make it important enough to people. We haven't hit on a surefire thing yet that doesn't take showing up in person somewhere where you don't normally want to show up. There's got to be other channels, but now
I also
summer
want to take a
vacation.
minute to say, like when you talk about important enough and things like that, I think that New Jersey is weird in that we're really missing out on the expungement end of things too. Like we never grew our medical marijuana program. We never really fulfilled the promises of record expungements widely in New Jersey.
Well,
so these were promises that were made by the legislature and the industry on the cusp of adult use. That we weren't going to lose our medical program; it was going to get bigger and better, and there were going to be all these improvements. None of it really ever came true, which has been pretty strange. And I don't know why. I mean, there's no good reason why, other than they've decided to maintain high prices here compared to everywhere else, just to keep their books weird.
Well, I've
So,
always,
do you guys have any questions about non-New Jersey stuff, like federal stuff, White House stuff, scheduling stuff?
as it affects New Jersey stuff, yeah. I mean, in other words, what's
As
going
it
on?
affects New Jersey stuff.
If we
as it
affects
deschedule cannabis nationally, it will
Do
definitely affect.
you think we're going to get home grow first, or do you think we're going to get federally legal weed first?
That is an interesting question. So, if we think that we're going to get home cultivation in the next 2 years, then we'll beat the feds. But I think that we're closing in on a reality that descheduling is the only option for cannabis. It's either going to stay in Schedule 1 or it's going to come out of the CSA completely.
And
I
so
think that
why can't
Schedule
it?
thing 3
Yeah.
thing is the
So
confounding moment.
I'm confused as to what time frame what would the odds be of jumping over Schedule 3 all the way to descheduling and the DEA signing off on that? How long do you think would be a guess they could delay that? It sounds like a
Well,
DEA
here's what the
request.
DEA is
Is the
already going
DEA
to do.
dream
Let's
come
talk
true?
about what the DEA has already done.
No,
The
well,
DEA
yeah.
has already successfully fought 16 rescheduling requests to move marijuana from 1 to 2, 3, 4, or 5, anything but 1.
Yeah.
They have successfully fought that 16 times with administrative law judges and all kinds of stuff. The concept of descheduling has never been specifically put to the DEA. So, in the context of where we are now,
That's good.
the president in 2022 requested a scheduling review. It didn't put a rescheduling or descheduling endpoint on that. It just asked for a review. So far, HHS has made a Schedule 3 recommendation, and that's within a 226-page document, which I've mostly read, and some of it actually leans towards descheduling in its own right. The DEA has not signed off on anything. They certainly have not signed off on Schedule 3. Not after successfully fighting rescheduling requests.
I got a
16
question though. I mean, it's like the natural course of that. Schedule 3 doesn't mean now the discussion totally gets changed for descheduling. It's the same exact discussion, only a jumping off point where I don't know, other things could happen like banking regulations could be a lot easier serving cannabis industries and that,
I don't think that I mean that could all be true if one day marijuana
but in
ended
other
up
words,
in Schedule 3 in every state.
isn't the time frame going to be the same? The DEA really it's why can't they don't have to be done
Jim, without going
either
on too
or.
many tangents here, and to stay focused, I think that you're correct in that Schedule 3 is certainly not a solution. And the question still remains as to what to do next, as to what could happen in the time frame of that. Okay.
Well, yeah, but if Schedule 3, would that prevent or make it harder for descheduling to be heard after that? I don't understand the connection where one has anything to do with the other in their time frame. It's like
They do.
The first
They
argument.
certainly do.
We're halfway through. We're halfway through the discussion for one Schedule 3. We've gotten to a certain point. Okay, it's been discussed.
Yep.
Okay, it hasn't been discussed for descheduling. I'm saying we got a head start. It's no reason to let off on that gas pedal when you got another whole thing going on that's on an incredibly parallel course, only a little bit behind it. That unless there's some reason it's going to slow down or hurt the chance of.
Yeah, it will.
How
and
how
not only that,
I don't see the connection
because it won't work. It will prevent the argument from happening, just like it is right now.
How?
Okay,
I don't
so
understand. I do not understand that.
so,
but
okay,
you and me,
I'll try
listen,
and
man.
explain.
You and me could. Let me stop over your house. You're 10 minutes away. Not now, not today. But I'd love to discuss this with you and be passing a joint back and forth because your opinion matters a whole lot. You know, it's just that I'm going to be saying what I'm saying now.
Here's
and,
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Schedule 3, we may have to accept something fundamental about the Controlled Substances Act is that it was created to keep marijuana in Schedule 1 and not have any whole plants in Schedule 2, 3, 4, or 5 for prescription use.
Mm-hmm.
I am I understand at least, and I'm not a doctor, that there are no whole plants available for prescription use
Right.
that are in Schedule 2, 3, 4, or 5 today. So marijuana or cannabis getting put into Schedule 2, 3, 4, or 5, it seems like the entire law is written to keep a whole plant out of Schedule 2, 3, 4, or 5.
Yeah.
I'm also going to make this point. Schedule 3, in order to reschedule cannabis, it requires a medicinal evaluation. And in order to get put into Schedule 3, It'd have to be declared a medicine, and then the FDA would have to approve a production process.
Left foot, right foot. Yeah. Left foot, right foot. I
But
get it.
ultimately, no whole plant has ever done that.
Because nobody's ever finished the left foot, right foot process, you know?
No, I believe that because the law is not made for whole plants, it's made for single chemicals. That's why things like psilocybin fit much better.
That's not that's not patient's fault, though. I can't help that.
No,
I'm
it's
just,
not a
I'm
patient's
just
fault,
having,
but
I'm just having
no,
fun with the
Jim.
logic.
But hold on, without losing our train here. Right now, HHS has recommended Schedule 3, but in that document, they've alluded to descheduling as well. They are not the final authority, and they don't make the final recommendation.
We're having a fire alarm here. Lefty's got to go.
Really?
We're talking about an abrupt takedown so he can get to the Mad Hatter to do part 2 of the National Cannabis Patients Awareness Day.
No worries. I'll let you go because of the fire alarm.
No,
you want to join us at Mad Hatter? We'll be up there around 4:20. We're starting up there.
Yeah, he's going to continue this with West Coast
Where is
contacts.
it? That's in 845 Route 1 Avenel.
You should go, Chris.
Oh, man.
You'd probably
That's
really
like
like
2
it.
hours away from my house, you guys.
Yeah.
You guys forget how big New Jersey is.
Yes.
Yeah, and maybe I'll swing by and we can smoke a joint. I'm going to be going right by your house after I help him pack
Well,
up.
listen, back to the descheduling thing. Look, Schedule 3 is a box canyon. It's not going to work out. The DEA is going to fight it.
Yeah, I know, but that that's not going to drive
So
me
why
away.
bother going into the box canyon of Schedule 3 when we want descheduling anyway?
Well, because I
Let's
can be the
just
guy that
stick
says I
on
don't give a shit about descheduling. I want this, and I can be the bad guy. And you can say that's Jim. We can't stop him. You know,
That's just Jim.
But I can take.
Why would you want Schedule 3? That's such a goofy thing.
No, because there are those banking benefits.
For who? For an FDA? Jim, I was just having a ketamine smoothie that I picked up at the convenience store. Oh, no. Actually, I picked it up at the local anabolic steroid cafe. And I sprinkled a little bit of my local craft codeine on top. And I thought about all of the tax benefits that the over-the-counter Schedule 3 drug industry gets in Pennsylvania and New Jersey every day, and how awesome it is when I use their products and how great everything works. Let me tell you what, that doesn't exist. Any Schedule 3 cannabis over-the-counter industry won't exist either, just as much as my ketamine smoothie at the convenience
You
store.
realize my opinion holds absolutely no
Now,
sway
I'm sorry,
at
Jim.
all. I mean,
you
it doesn't.
tell me about the banking benefits.
You know how many people are going to follow me? You know how many people follow me to
just not
Schedule 3? None. I come
It's not
alone.
happening, Jim. I wish it would happen. I wish what you were saying is true. But unfortunately, you're talking about the red herring in the box canyon. You're talking about
That's over my head.
going
I'm pretty
down the
high.
route that 16 times the DEA has already won on. And I'm talking about a route where everybody wins instead of a fight.
I'll tell you what.
That
I'll tell you
nobody
what.
seems to.
I'll find a second. I'll find somebody, and instead of educating myself, I'll listen to you and him. Somebody who has an opposite point of view, and no, not recording it. Just we all sit around and have a joint.
You don't need a second.
I can
you can give
understand
me
it.
the National Cannabis Industry Association position on Schedule 3, which is that it's a grand idea. You can just let them do your lobbying for you because that's what they're
But I'm not lobbying. I have no sway. I'm not lobbying. It's like an opinion. It's an opinion, but you know me. I have no following. I have no backup. I have no bandwagon. I just
Then why talk?
I like having the conversation that other people don't because they don't like having it. I want to have it with them.
Well, I mean, but you're taking a position that is.
I'm not
again,
taking
if
a
you want to
position.
take the position of the
I'm
National
learning,
Cannabis
and
Industry
you're helping guide
If you
me.
want to take the position of True Leave and Cure Leave, you can support Schedule 3.
Yeah, see, then I'd have to. This is like algebra. I'd have to back up now because I don't really get the inference, but I'm smiling because your opinion matters a whole lot. So it's one of these situations where I get to eat my cake and have it too. You know, it's like.
I mean, if everybody wants to
anyway,
waste
but
their time on the box canyon of Schedule 3,
Yeah.
I'll kick back and drink my ketamine smoothie and support it.
Oh no!
But
You won't. I
I'm
won't
gonna
be
keep
the one.
working
I
on
won't be the
descheduling
one
because
ringing your
I think
bell.
that's what's so
Okay, boys and girls, we have some thank yous. We have cmmnj.org, Canasense, UFCW, Local 152, JacksonStorms.com, Smoking Monkey, Arlo Glass, OprahMachine.com, Pure Puff, Mad Hatter Dispensary in Avenel, and SativaCross.org. And our list begins with Cheryl Miller. Cheryl had multiple sclerosis and was basically the first medical cannabis patient in New Jersey. Sabina Rose, Diane, Gracie, Cindy Mae, Marie, Jack, Joan, Randy, Holly, Bill, Chad, Jeremy, Colette, Matt, Troy, Russ, Roger, Jay, Ella, Hattie, Jackie, Anthony, Jake, Armando, Felicia, Lynn, Dan, Sean, Joyce, Lori, Frank, Brian, Flo, Carl, Thorne, Frank, Lorraine, Terry, Charlotte, Cher, Jaybird, Michael, Marley, Colette, Brendan, Red, Rico, Lulu, Becky, Lawanda, Chip, Paul, Lisa, Marcus, Gary, and Jeff.
Yeah, gone before the end. I liked it. I liked that you put Jeff last. You know.
He was the first president of Sativa Cross.
Well, he also left the governor with an unanswered question that, we can make some effort to have him answered.
Yeah, we need that answer.
You have it on tape.
Why does the state allow him to kill himself?
No, they'll
legally?
help him die.
Help him die. Help him to.
Where they won't help him live by allowing him to grow a plant.
Yeah.
But you'll help me die that which this plant could stave off for a while, perhaps.
So Governor Murphy didn't help Jeff.
But he made him read it. It was at a town hall, and kudos to whoever his chief of staff was that arranged the 3x5 file
Deborah Kornikova.
that she gave to governor at a town hall. And I got a letter from so-and-so in the park, and he would address, and he had time for one more, and it was Jeff's. And it was that, and it was the governor that had to read it. So he had to read it, and he didn't want to read it. Why is it that I live in a state that will help me die, but won't help me live by growing a plant? Let me grow a plant or whatever. It's so simple.
No, let's put Jeff in jail for 5 years.
But he should acknowledge that, New Jersey is. And, the right to die thing or whatever it is, I would have spoke out in favor of that, It's what...
All right, boys and girls, we're heading up to Mad Hatter.
Okay, we got to do this quick too, man. Got to get you in the car and going.
We are going.
You're like a NASCAR event.
I'm stopping for a hot dog somewhere, and I'm going.
Yeah, this is like not in my opinion, not a group that's going to hop up and do anything.
Marathon today. This is great. Like Jerry Lewis. Remember Jerry Lewis?
Yeah.
Marathon, telethon. I'm old enough to remember that.
Yeah.
I'm old.
Well,
but yeah.
I saw the I saw a telethon that was North Carolina State had when I was there, and one old day. And Dennis James, you probably don't even know him. He was like the second fiddle sort of guy who could hold a more regional thing. And I met Burt Reynolds and James Brolin there. They were both, he was Dan Tana, Burt Reynolds, and James Brolin was Dr. Kiley on Marcus Welby. All right. Who's older now?
They shall grow not old. It is they who are not old. So they shall grow not old. And we're going to do this twice today.
You have to do it twice.
Do the list twice today.
Yeah, I'll be tuning in. I'm not going to be there. I'll be taking a look.
They shall grow not old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.